Good evening. I would like to call to order the special school board meeting March the 1st, 2021, for the purpose of selecting the next superintendent. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Let the record reflect that all 5 school board members are in attendance, along with school board clerk, outside counsel, Mr. Rob Sneffen, and Superintendent Griffin. Is there a motion to approve the agenda outline?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Board members for this evening, the roll call order will be Vice Chair Pennock, Member Calderon, Member Sanchez, Member Kraus, and then myself. If you wish to address the board tonight, you will need to complete a white form that's on the back of the table. And now would be a great time to pick up that form and bring it up to our clerk so we can stick it in the pile here. Ms. Vice Chair Pennock, please read the public input statement.
The public input segment of this meeting is provided for the purposes of permitting persons to present specific matters to the board for its consideration and action or referral to the superintendent and his staff. The public input segment of this meeting is not open to presentation of campaign issues by political candidates, matters involving student disciplinary action, pending employee disciplinary matters, or pending litigation. Each individual member of the public is limited to 3 minutes. A designated group representative may have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you. At the present time, it looks like we have about 3 hours worth of public comment, which will be read. We will take 1 or 2 5-minute breaks if necessary. There are differences of opinion out there, and that's okay. We're really glad that you're here to share your opinion with us. We would ask that you would be respectful of the speakers and be respectful when you are the speaker, and that's all we ask of you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with the folks that are here in person that requested to speak, and that would be Amy Lockhart, Dr. Barbara Kirby Bentley, Sean Gard Harold.
I have handouts. Madam Chairman, board members, and Dr. Griffin, my name is Amy Lockhart, and I come to you tonight as chairman of your Community Search Committee. And I actually have written notes, which is not something I typically do when I come before you, but I thought that what I had to say tonight was really critical, and I didn't want to miss anything. So please forgive me if I'm reading from my comments. First of all, I want you to know that I am not here to advocate for or against either candidate. I'm here because I'm concerned that the committee that you appointed, the work that we've done has been somewhat taken out of context and might be being used to make you question your process and your decision. When I presented the committee's work to you on December 15th, I emphasized the importance of the process, the need for the members of the committee to freely share their unique perspectives on the candidates were provided, and all within the framework of the board's priorities and the community survey responses regarding the qualities that were desired in a new superintendent. There was sausage being made in our committee, no doubt. But at the end of the work, we were satisfied that we moved forward 5 qualified candidates for your consideration. The committee deemed all 5 candidates qualified, or we wouldn't have suggested that you interview them. It was for this board to determine the qualities that were most important in your next leader. I'd like to take a few minutes to walk you through our meeting summaries because I believe some context is needed, and that's what I've provided to you and handed to Jill, were the meeting summaries that are actually up on the website for everyone to review. So November 5th was our introductory meeting, and we had Sanjay Patel come from Datanautics and review the community survey results, which focused on the qualities that our stakeholders believe should be present in whomever you select. Our scope of work was reviewed. We were to identify the candidates that you should consider, not who you should select. Our tasks for the next meeting were outlined, and from the list of candidates that we were provided, we were to review resumes and bring an unranked list of who we would like to learn more about and be prepared to discuss. Our goal was to provide the board with a pool of options. November 19th was our next meeting, and there was a robust discussion of all the candidates. A motion was made and unanimously passed to move candidates 7, 11, 14, 18, 20, 23, and 27 on to the next steps. It should be noted that Mr. Farnsworth was candidate number 18 and was included in this first round motion. There was more committee discussion. A second motion was made and unanimously passed to add candidates 22 and 26. Again, we had additional robust discussion, and I'm pretty sure this is when someone said, "Can we order pizza?" A third motion was made and unanimously passed to add candidate 24. And you should note that candidate 24 was Mrs. Beeman. It's very, very important for me to share with you that it is not the committee's intent for you to hold it against Mrs. Beeman that she was not added to the list of candidates until that. From November 19th to December 3rd, our task as committee members was to research the 12 candidates. Many phone calls and Google searches later, the committee reconvened on December 3rd. At our December 3rd meeting, there was great discussion among committee members and exchanges of perspective. Again, the dialogue was extremely important. We listened to what others had learned about the candidates, and some committee members expressed that they had spoken with Dr. Griffin during their research. They were impressed by his advocacy for Mrs. Beeman. Several committee members, including me, shared very positive anecdotes of Mrs. Beeman's tenure as school board attorney. After discussing all 12 candidates, we took a raised hand tally to see if we were arriving at some consensus. This was not the vote of the committee. This was not a vote. This was a tool to move the work of the group forward. This was our sausage being made. It is true that Mrs. Beeman received 21 raised hands during this tally, and that Mr. Farnsworth received 13 raised hands. But candidly, after so many committee members spoke of Mrs. Beeman referencing conversations with Dr. Griffin, I do not know how anyone could not raise their hand to move her forward. Mrs. Beeman was the only candidate to enjoy the advocacy of the current superintendent. Should this be held against her? Absolutely not. But neither should it be held against any other candidate who did not have such persuasive support. Just as the committee would ask you not to hold Mrs. Beeman's 11th place first round finish against her, we would not want you to hold Mr. Farnsworth's 13 raised hands. The committee's final actual vote was unanimous to move forward 5 candidates for your consideration. The committee believed that all 5 candidates were qualified, and we handed the process back over to you for next steps. We all know where we are now. There are many opinions about what should or shouldn't have happened, and there are many opinions about what should or shouldn't happen moving forward. And I'm not here to armchair quarterback your decision. You already have a very tough job. But I do have 2 requests. The first is this. As uncomfortable and awkward as it may be, this board needs to have the dialogue and robust discussion that your committee had when we undertook the charge from you. It's imperative for the health and healing of this community that this organization and you as 5 board members, that you transparently make your sausage, whatever that may be. All doubt about how and why your ultimate decision was made. Secondly, the 2 individuals that are tied up in this process now have families and careers that need to be honored and protected. Neither one of them asked to be placed in the position that they're in tonight. Regardless of tonight's outcome, it's imperative that a statement be released acknowledging that there was nothing uncovered or revealed about either candidate that caused the reconsideration of your vote. As you know, left without the facts, people will make them up. And it would be a cruel injustice to allow anyone to leave this process without their full reputation intact. been hard for everyone. I've got 3 more sentences. Change is hard. Adversity is hard, but it is also revealing and informative. When things are hard, we learn. In fact, I would say we learn more from the hard things in life than the easy things. How people process, react, endure, and overcome the hard things in life is something to which we should all pay very close attention.
Thank you, Ms. Lockhart. Commissioner Lockhart. Dr. Barbara Kirby Bentley, and then Sean Gard Harold.
Good evening, board members. My name is Dr. Barbara Kirby Bentley, 478 Case Landon Drive, Sanford, Florida, a 50-plus year educator here in Seminole County. And I stand before you recommending, if you will, for strong consideration, again, for Sarita Beeman. I feel strongly that she is the best candidate for the job based on her experience, not as a classroom teacher. You had the opportunity with the 20-plus candidates to find the person who had classroom experience. Mrs. Beeman has shown her ability by not losing any cases, I understand, from what I have read. In 9 years, she hasn't lost a case. She is not just an attorney. She is an educational attorney. So she has dealt with many of the issues that would come before your desk each and every day in making decisions regarding students here in Seminole County. I feel sorry that you are in this position, but I feel that we have to make it right because it's the right thing to do. And I come and speak because my dad always said to me, if you stand for something, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And I don't believe in falling for anything when you have options here on the table that you can make a conscious choice and make it right if you possibly can. I understand that Mr. Farnsworth is a fine gentleman, and I am not speaking against him. I just feel that Sarita is the best choice for Seminole County because our children are in need. And it's time that they see someone who looks like me taking the leadership in this district, not because she's black, but because she's qualified. So I ask you to please consider her for the job of superintendent for Seminole County Public Schools. Our students need it, our community needs it, and whatever decision you make, we need, as Mrs. Lockhart said, we need to heal our community. We have never been this far apart in the years that I have been in Seminole County with all of the issues that we've had to overcome over these years. We have overcome those years and we've been able to save face and smile at each other, hug each other, and know that we have done the right thing. Let's do the right thing today. Let's support Sarita Beeman and let us move forward, because if this drags on, it could get really ugly. And when I say that, that's not a threat or anything like that. Feelings get high and emotions get high, and then people, as she said, start to see things that are not there. Let's do the right thing now. We've put this off for a couple of weeks, and we need to make the decision to move forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Sean Gard Harold, then Loman Oliver, then Kenneth Bentley.
Better microphone, so I came to this. Good evening, school board members and Dr. Griffin. My name is Sean Gard Harold, and I live at 4706 Loring Place in Orlando, Florida. At present, I am in my 11th year as a proud employee of this district and my 23rd year as an educator. My purpose here tonight is to share with you some of my insights and experiences with my colleague, thought partner, and fellow educator, Sarita Beeman. A task that I believe is best accomplished through firsthand examples. My first true collaboration with Mrs. Beeman began in 2015 and continues today with the unique opportunity to work shoulder to shoulder throughout the development, implementation, and continuous growth of a district point of pride, Sci High. Since that time, and without fail, Mrs. Beeman has consistently committed her unique perspective related to all aspects of the school. While her formal role throughout the process has been that of school board attorney, let me assure you that she has served as a relentless advocate and barrier buster committed to furthering innovative learning options for Seminole County students. Mrs. Beeman is a thoughtful educational innovator. Another example of Mrs. Beeman's commitment to the entirety of our system in 2019 as the Director of Teaching and Learning, I received an unexpected phone call. In that call, Mrs. Beeman informed me that a teacher on my team had been named in ongoing litigation regarding a sensitive matter at one of our schools. The purpose of her call was not to make me aware of the situation, but rather to request that I ensure the well-being of this teacher and provide consistent, ongoing support throughout the proceedings. In that moment, and many others like it, Mrs. Beeman acted not as a school board attorney, but as a compassionate colleague who respects the deep commitment classroom teachers make to their craft, and she sought to protect the mental health of an exceptional educator. Another example, your executive directors are currently participating in the Harvard Rides Intensive Clinic. This clinic is designed to provide instructional leaders with tools to ensure districts move beyond more desegregation toward truly inclusive schools. Our first session occurred this past Friday, and our second occurred just this afternoon. Despite the current uncertainty, Mrs. Beeman commits time and energy to sharing this experience with her fellow educators, participating not as a school board attorney, but as an equity warrior, seeking to ensure all students see themselves in the educational process. Finally, as this board is aware, in 2014, Ryan and I met our soon-to-be son. This 10-year-old boy was joining our family. I wasn't going to do this. After 4 years in foster care, 13 schools, and 11 foster and group homes. Within months of finalizing our son's adoption, I was lamenting to a colleague the challenges of finding children's literature with protagonists of color who were not climbing out of tragedy or actively combating stereotypes, but who were simply storybook heroes who happened to be Black. As a Black child being raised in a white family, our son needed to see that he could be a hero in his own story. The next day, I arrived in my office to find on my chair a stack of books, each with a protagonist who simply happened to be Black. On top of that stack was a Post-it. Here's a start, Sarita. If that is who Sarita Beeman chooses to be when no one is looking, imagine the superintendent she will become when the whole county, state, and nation is watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver, where are you? Thank you.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam Chairperson, Vice Chair, Board, Superintendent. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you. I want to remind us that Seminole County Public School District, I'm not important, is an A-rated and academically high-performing school district as designated by the Florida Department of Education. We are where we are because of the best decisions made by this board and the boards before you. We are highly a performing district, all because of you, the Seminole County District Leadership Team, school administrators, teachers, non-instructional personnel, students, and parental organizations doing the hard work it takes to get it done. We're not perfect, but we are among the nation's best, if not the best. Your decision will allow our dynamic educational system to sustain itself or decline, to progress or regress. In this present social and cultural climate we're in right now, why should you bring someone from the outside when we have someone presently qualified within? For everything there is a season and a time for every purpose. Now is the time to keep who you have, and that's Mrs. Beeman. It's not a time to bring someone from without. Mrs. Beeman is a proven educational stabilizer, a visionary, definitely for a time like this. A team member for 16 years assisting us to become a high-performing district. This is where we are. She has proven her record, not a record to be proven. Her high qualities and abilities are embedded in her commitment to lead us to where we need to go. In the past, there was more trust in our systems and institutions. Not in these troubled times today. Mrs. Beeman has a reputable and exemplary legacy that earned the trust and the confidence to sustain and move us forward with a focus on preparing students for college, for careers in a new innovative economy and forthcoming culture.
Mr. Oliver, please wrap it up.
It is. I'm done.
Thank you very much.
The right person is already here.
Thank you. Mr. Bentley, then Robin Dellinger, then Anna Marie Cody.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Good evening to you, Superintendent. I'm here on behalf of Goldsboro, and if you're with Goldsboro Front Porch, just raise your hand. Goldsboro Front Porch doesn't want to make any secret. We support Sarita Beeman. We have nothing against the young man from Lake County. We're sure that he's a great individual, but we need Ms. Beeman for Seminole County. Ms. Beeman has sat with you all for years. She knows the system. She was with us when we got unitary status. She knows everything that we need to know moving forward. She's also a hometown hero. A lot of times we tell people to come back and reinvest in Sanford, and when they come back and reinvest in Sanford, we hope that they can reap the rewards. And this is a time she should reap the rewards. Not because she's a female, not because she's African American, but because she's highly qualified. She's highly qualified. Highly qualified. And I know she's highly qualified because my friend, Dr. Griffin says she's highly qualified. That means a lot in this community, Dr. Griffin. If it's nothing else in any other community, it means something with Goldsboro Front Porch. Also, let's just do the right thing. America has moved forward. It's a melting pot. It's a melting pot in all 50 states. We have an African American vice president, female vice president. She's not there because of quota system. She's there because she's highly qualified. Highly qualified. We've had an African American president, highly qualified. It's just time. Sam Cooke has a famous song saying it's just time. And it's time, Seminole County. It's time. We've never questioned anything you've done before. You brought in Dr. Haggerty, we were fine. Dr. Vogel, we were fine. You moved up Dr. Griffin through the ranks, and we said we were fine. This is the first time we're asking to be a part of the process. And our process vote is Sarita Beeman. Also, with Goldsboro Front Porch, I want to look at all the board members and the current superintendent and plead this. Let's get African American studies of Black history in these schools. Make it a mandatory course in middle school and high school, not an elective. Not an elective, a mandatory course. We have African American kids going to school, know nothing about it. You wonder why they run around with their pants down and always in trouble. They don't know they're from proud people. If you let them know they're from proud people, they're not. We need to have that mandatory. In 2021, any child in middle school should have to take a credit of African American history or Black history. You can name it what you want. High school, the same thing. I know we do U.S. history and American history, but that's not telling me about me. I need to know about me, and they need to know about themselves. And the third thing, we've been in this district for life and a day, and it's a young lady in this room tonight. In 1964, at the age of 14 years old, was asked to integrate the school system. Her name is Ingrid Burton Nathan. She integrated Sanford Junior High. And I think it's high time, Dr. Griffin and board members, that we name something in her honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley.
Thank you, too.
Dr. Dellinger, then Melissa Roy. Good evening.
Board members, my name is Robin Dellinger. My address is 1445 Northridge Drive, Longwood, Florida. I'm the parent and the grandparent of children that graduate and hopefully will graduate from Seminole County Public Schools. My career in education includes 17 years as a classroom teacher and 16 years in administrative roles, including assistant principal, principal, and executive director. In my various roles, I've hired many teachers, assistant principals, and executive director, leader positions. collaborating in these processes with parents, teachers, school leaders, and school board members. These experiences helped me to understand the complexities associated with selecting individuals for key leadership positions. It's a hard job. The school board chose to interview 2 candidates. Each candidate is fully qualified for the position with varying experiences in their careers. As one board member stated, both candidates can and will be successful superintendents. I agree with that observation. Today, there's an opportunity for the board to reconsider its decision. The decision comes down to answering what should be the central question. Which candidate is the best fit for the position? This decision should not be influenced by politics, race, or gender. Rather, I believe the decision of best fit for this critical position comes down to our why in SCPS. The why of Seminole County Public Schools is to ensure that all students acquire the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to be productive citizens. Central to this mission are 2 priorities outlined in our strategic plan: excellence and equity. Our district has been traveling the journey to excellence and equity for more than 20 years, and by many accounts and measures, we have achieved great success. Who is the best candidate to lead us on this journey? Who's the best fit for our why? I believe the best fit is the individual that has traveled the excellence and equity journey as a student, a parent, and a valuable contributing member for 16 years. Dr. Griffin frequently credits our teachers and our leaders and the school board for the district's success, and Ms. Beeman has been a collaborative contributing member of this team for years. For example, Ms. Beeman has been at the table when we as cabinet members worked to find ways to provide raises for our employees for the last 9 years. She has built relationships with the principals, administrators, teachers, and staff throughout the district in a lot of different ways. It is for these reasons I believe the best fit for our why is Ms. Beeman. She's traveled with us on this journey. She understands the difficult twists and turns and anticipates the straightaways where we can quickly gain speed. Ms. Beeman does not have to start at the beginning. She fully understands the significance of the past and is keenly aware of where we wish to go to ensure the best outcomes for every one of our students. Finally, the job of superintendent of a district of 67,000 students is very challenging, and there's absolutely no question or doubt that there is a learning curve for the individual that assumes the position. It's steep. I believe that it makes sense to have in this top leadership position the individual that knows and understands our why and has traveled this journey with our teachers and leaders for many years. Sarita Beeman is the best fit for our why.
Thank you, Dr. Dellinger.
For listening.
Melissa Roy.
Dr. Griffin, is my mic working? I'm blessed to be a teacher at Lake Brantley High School. I'm a mother of 2 children who are products of Seminole County Public Schools as well. I've been an educator for 25 years, with many of those years. Some of you visited my classroom recently, my 10th grade reading students. They are the reason I'm here. I appreciate your hard work in selecting our next superintendent. Dr. Calderon, I especially appreciate your willingness to reconsider. You've gotten a lot of criticism for it, but I admire your brave leadership. I've taught in districts both larger and smaller than this. I know the task is not easy to select a good leader. I know what a good leader looks like. Dr. Griffin is a visionary leader. Thanks to him, we've seen tremendous growth opportunities where students don't thrive in traditional classrooms. With your support, he's put in place leaders in the cabinet who are making good decisions about the direction we're headed. We're doing great. We often brag that we're an A-rated district gets an A-rated experience, yet. We need a superintendent who is willing to work to solve tough problems our leaders have already identified. For example, why do some LGBTQ students in Seminole County not feel safe on their campuses? What can we do to make our schools more inclusive? Why are remedial classes like mine full of Black and Hispanic students, while AP classes are full of white ones? How can we increase academic opportunities for students? Of all the candidates you've considered, Sarita Beeman would best be able to continue the work that we've started in examining these issues. She helped us come into compliance with a federal desegregation order, which was lifted in 2006. In 2019, she guided the board in adjusting our non-discrimination policy to include language that includes legal protections for LGBTQ employees like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay,
I was
sorry,
just
thought you
thanking
were.
for that. Ms. Beeman may not be an educator, but she knows the ins and outs of this district better than most administrators. She has vision, and she sees the big picture in a way no other. Only 48% of the students in Seminole County are white. Why shouldn't our superintendent reflect our diversity? I wonder what it would be like for my students to see that the leader of their school district, for the first time ever, looks more like them than me, and maybe even shares some of the same lived experiences. What a powerful message this would send to our students of color, that their school board sees them and truly values them. We can no longer afford to be indifferent to the needs of our students of color. We know better now, so let's do better. Mrs. Beeman has demonstrated her willingness to give a voice to the voiceless. She will be a champion for fairness and equity for all. That's why I urge you to choose her as our next superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. Dr. Cody, I apologize, I overlooked you, they get stuck together. Then Jessica Thomas and Marjorie Murray.
Good evening, board members. My name is Harris. Like Mary, as I shared with you, I recently retired after serving in the district for 30 years as a teacher and 15 years as a deputy superintendent of instruction. Thank you to the 4 board members who spoke with me and to Dr. Calderon for exemplifying that great leaders trust their inner voice and take action. Your willingness, Dr. Calderon, to open public input is evidence of your commitments to students first and to those that elected you. Board members, your 3 eligibility requirements for superintendent: master's degree, doctorate preferred, a minimum of 10 years experience in a school district with at least 25,000 students, the background check. In addition, your 8 leadership qualities and the superintendent's job description do not include any reference to K-12 teaching experience. That makes sense because leading a district, especially a large, diverse district like Seminole County Public Schools, requires different skills that Ms. Beeman has exemplified for many years. Ms. Beeman knows the rationale for the actions taken and understands the strategies to improve. So why have some board members shared that lack of teaching in school administration is a concern? Why would we select a candidate who promises to do this work when we have a candidate who has done this work? Why would we select a candidate who has not demonstrated the ability to improve student achievement in a 4-year period when we have a candidate who has done so? Board members, in all my years, our school district and county have not been thrust into a difficult and divisive situation like the one we're in now. A social media post indicated that the reference I wrote for Ms. Beeman was because I would be an SCPS employee who would be under her authority. That statement is false. I have never reported to Ms. Beeman or been evaluated by Ms. Beeman. Other potential misinformation is that some of our board members' votes were politically motivated. I trust this too is false, and that our board members will dispel these rumors. We have heard numerous discussions related to excellence and equity. But what does that mean? It means living that commitment every day by your words, but more importantly, your actions. There are no candidates out of state or within the state who have been part of the SCPS academic journey for their entire lives. Beeman is a former student, graduate, a parent, and she has personally led many successful initiatives. Like all districts, SCPS is dealing with health and safety issues and disruptive educational expectations. But we're also dealing with the loss of numerous district leaders. The only responsible decision this board to make is to give Ms. Beeman the opportunity to be superintendent of Seminole County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, my name is Jessica Thomas. Hey, Amy, how you doing? I'm a mother of 2 little ones, the eldest who has already joined our great public school system. I hold a bachelor's degree in political science and my Juris Doctorate. I've been an attorney for the last 10 years. I chose to come tonight to ask one question to those of you who voted against Ms. Booman. Can you please enumerate what specific qualification that Mr. Farnsworth possessed that was superior to Ms. Beeman and outline how it was superior? I'm not asking the question to be controversial because that would be fruitful for not my purposes, but for those who seek to divide us. I'm unable to ascertain what your answer would be based upon what's available to the public. For example, I checked each candidate's qualifications as far as educator experience, but my first finding was that that wasn't a requirement for the superintendent. Then I thought maybe it was just preferred, but I did check on all of our current board members and realized that only one had been a teacher. Then I thought maybe it's because of the district that he had been from, but I researched that. It was the 45th ranked school district in comparison to Ms. Bowman's work, 16 years of it, with our 4th ranked district. I moved on to educator experience and actual education, and the policies and procedures do indeed indicate that a doctoral degree is preferred. But I see that Ms. Bowman has that doctoral degree and Mr. Farnsworth does not. Then I researched the procedure of how these names even came to your attention, and I was surprised to see that what is now being done in a public forum had already been done by the committee that you all appointed. 21 educators and Seminole County residents were charged with cross-checking to review applicants, interview referral sources, and were charged with cross-checking any and all concerns presented. I hope that tonight you all can take emotion and controversy out of your choice. I just want you to look at the objective qualifications of each candidate. And if you can say tonight that Mr. Farnsworth had a superior qualification to Ms. Beeman and why, then I will trust that you all have done more research than us as the public, including those 21 educators and Seminole County citizens that you appointed. And I hope that you choose to make history tonight for our school board, for our children, for those mothers of us who have daughters in this Women's History Month, to show them that it's not about gender, it's just about qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Please note that respectfully, this is a time for public input, and although you had questions, we're not going to be answering them. Thank you. Marjorie Murray, Jolynn Mora, and Cynthia Butler.
Marjorie Murray, 919 Willow Run Lane, Winter Springs. Good evening. When you made a decision to run for the school board, I assume your motivation was every child living in this community has the right to an excellent education. If not, why would you make the personal sacrifice to serve? The search committee brought forth 5 candidates, but only one, Sarita Beeman, had 100% support of teachers, parents, students, administrators, and community representatives on the final selection of the committee. Reviewing survey results, some, but not the vast majority, felt the superintendent should be an educator. Most said the superintendent should be a good leader. You don't have to be a doctor to be a CEO of a hospital. You have to be a good leader. I have read Sarita Beeman's 100-day plan, and I wish everyone in this room and in the community would read it. It is crystal clear that she would continue to move forward what Seminole has worked hard to achieve. The speaker said last week, You made a decision, live with it. If it doesn't work out, you can readdress it. By readdressing it now, not later, you are acknowledging the importance of this decision. People move their businesses and families to Seminole because of our schools. We may have our qualms about district grades, but it is a reality when people choose a new place to live. Do you bring your business or family to a school district with a grade of C or a grade of an A? Also, district grade and percentage of schools needing improvement is #1 on the universal risk indicators released by the Florida Department of Education. A proven leader with a clear plan would ensure people want to move into Seminole, and it would help keep the Department of Education out of micromanaging your business. It is a quantum leap to assume that going outside of the system makes everything better. Why wouldn't you choose a proven leader who is right here in the system and has outlined an excellent roadmap for moving forward? I read the chatter on social media, and here are 3 points. #1, some are asking, how could you approve a superintendent that belongs to one political party over another? You are a nonpartisan board, and if anyone plants themselves in the first 2 rows of this boardroom to intimidate you when you're making your decision, don't be intimidated. You are better than that. Every one of you has the character and courage to vote your conscience and to make a decision based on what is best for our children. Playing political games with the future of our school district and our children is dangerous. Some say Mrs. Beeman is a quitter. That is so far from the truth. She is not a quitter. She respectfully submitted her resignation, which is a very common practice in organizations with senior leadership. This gives you the opportunity to accept her resignation or ask her to stay. That is not quitting. That is a show of respect. I have heard it said that this is a black-white issue. It is not. It is an issue of excellence and equity, and you have an excellent leader who has been in senior leadership for 16 years. He meets every qualification for the position. It's about her excellent performance and her proven leadership skills. The fact she happens to be a woman and black and meet your equity goals is icing on the cake. You owe it to the community and staff to send the message that your commitment to excellence and equity is not just lip service.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jolene Mora. My husband and I are proud parents of a middle school and a high schooler students in SCPS. I have been a resident of Seminole County for 21 years, a dividend for the past 10, and have served in various classrooms as a room mom, PTSA president, and a VP. I attend SAC meetings, and now I'm currently a part of the Equity Advisory Board as a committee member. Before I start beginning what I feel my heart is, I want to say I have nothing against either candidate. I have no ties. And I want to start by quoting Ms. Calderon, who stated, "Great teaching is the heart of academic achievement," and I all know we truly believe that. Amy Lockhart, the chair of the Superintendent Search Committee, said one of the highest priorities for them was that the new leader of the school district be someone who had experience in the classroom and as an educator. To begin the search, a survey was sent to every employee, parent, student, and general community to understand the perceptions of the student search. The key skills and capabilities showed that the candidate should have prior teaching experience. The survey also states that parents agreed Dr. Griffin's past experience as a teacher helped him relate to the teachers as well as the students' experience. The study of findings said, educator first, administrator second, and ability to cater to all stakeholders. Dr. Griffin, I would say your extraordinary example has set the bar for choosing superintendents. Teachers and those that serve, as I have watched those in administrative roles on the school campus, look to this superintendent role. Like Dr. Griffin, many work hard to be in this role by spending years as a teacher in a classroom, administrator's office, as deans, assistant principals, and then finally in the county office, building their careers and leading others with a strong foundation in education. Chad Farnsworth has a career of teaching and administration experience. I consider this to be a bonus, and as serving superintendent, he increased graduation rate from 64 to 83%. Moved the school district from a D to a C grade rating. I find that pretty impressive. And also raised 3 of the district's 5 elementary schools from an F to a C status. I can only imagine how much work that takes. I don't know the rest of the data on that, but I'm impressed as a parent. Double the graduation rate for students with disabilities, a great plus for me. Worked great strategically to improve recruitment and retention, which is something that we here at Seminole County Public Schools are also looking to improve. He also has a teaching degree handy if need should arise to help in the classroom. That's just one of the many qualities that several of you mentioned that you liked when you voted for him on February 9th. Chad also shares the same experiences of our teachers and administrators. He experiences the joy and sorrows of teaching, knows the time it takes in planning curriculum, developing and inspiring kids of this generation. In his interview, every question you asked, he always went back to what was the best interest of the students. Members of the school board, if each of you complied with the Sunshine State law prior to your vote on February 9th, for Chad, it was valid. Chad is beyond qualified. Therefore, I urge you to put Chad back into the superintendent role. Thank you each also for your time and your commitment in this decision. I know it's very hard, and us as parents trust what you guys decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Butler, then Dan Smith, and Victoria Robinson Wilson.
Dr. King said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of controversy, convenience, and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. These are challenging times that demand that leaders stand up and lead, to inspire, encourage, and empower others to do the same." On last week, Dr. Calderon took a stand when she knew it was not going to win her the popularity contest. Nevertheless, she did what all good leaders are called to do. She led by example, and I thank you. Why are we here? You know, we are better than this. It's not a black or white thing. It's not the race card. It's about doing the right thing. My name is Cynthia Butler, and good evening to each and every one of you. I am a product of Seminole County Schools of Excellence and an educator of the same for 36 years, where educational training was ongoing and valued. The on-the-job training prepared me for numerous opportunities to excel, just as it has for Sarita Beeman. She has been a guiding force for 16 years in the room where difficult decisions are made every day, only to find out that being in the room, knowing what it takes to keep our school district moving forward, to be mentored by the best that the state of Florida has to offer, the superintendent, the superman of superintendents, the godfather of vision, in the room, and yet there were no provisions made for her to grow. What's up with that? We are better than this, Seminole County. She can sit, stand, defend our superintendent and the entire school district, but cannot lead because she does not have a teaching certificate? Well, let me tell you about that. If you are a teacher just getting started, baby, it takes 3 years just to know the curriculum. So let's revisit that one. You know it. We are better than this. On Tuesday, February the 9th, as I sit here, I thought I was in the miseducation of black folk. You said that both candidates were equally qualified, but you did not engage in any substantive conversation about the comparison of the two. So one would have to ask, did you use all the vetting resources at your disposal to help in making your final decision? You said that you wanted someone who would be able to hit the ground running and that the teacher certificate and having experience as a superintendent made the difference in your choice of candidates. How is it that the teacher certificate made the difference between the candidates when it was not an eligibility requirement? You said your candidate of choice had experience as a superintendent. However, 4 years means just getting started, baby. Of experience does not meet the standards that you said were necessary to even be in the conversation. The superintendent requirements that were asked for, the minimum of 10 years in a school district with at least 25,000 students of comparable size. The requirements for superintendents were not met.
Ms.
The
Butler,
teacher certificate and student experience,
please wrap it up.
yes ma'am,
Thank you.
of experience are non-starters. Sarita Beeman is the right candidate position at the right time, groomed by our very own Superintendent Walt Griffin to take on the role of superintendent for such a time as this. Like Elisha, she has a double portion of the expertise of the superintendent that sits there today, that he is important to her. She may not be what you want, what you have in mind, but she is what Seminole County School District needs: leadership, transparency, honesty, integrity, caring for all stakeholders, boots on the ground,
Thank
ready
you.
to go, having skill sets.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. If you want to have the rest of your comments
No,
read.
ma'am,
Okay.
I'm done. I
Thank
think
you very
I've
much.
said enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Smith.
Good evening. My name is Dan Smith. I'm a resident of Seminole County and a teacher with Seminole County Public Schools. I am the president of the Seminole Education Association. 4,500 teachers of Seminole County.
3 minutes, Mr. Smith, then.
I was shocked by last week's motion to rescind the vote that took place on February 9th, and my heart goes out to Mr. Chad Farnsworth, who was sitting just a few seats away from me. I cannot imagine how he must have felt, and like a body blow. It's become a mess. I was on the search committee, and we had sent, as stated, 5 candidates to the school board on names June 26th, and was trimmed down to the 2, Mr. Farnsworth and Ms. Beeman. Now, on my way home from that meeting, I first started to receive some calls regarding what the thoughts would be about the candidates and how the teachers feel about the choice. I wasn't even out yet, and our teachers do have access, but it started to get pretty heavy. So at that point, it's my opinion that the association really didn't need to weigh in on this, as we had three teachers on the search committee, and now our duty was done, and we're passing it on to the school board. Now, ultimately, via calls, emails, social media posts, etc., districts consider how could we possibly put a candidate in with no classroom experience. And it's a legitimate point. But as I listen to more and more people of different positions, the teaching experience no longer really became a deal breaker for me. I've been a classroom teacher for nearly 30 years, and I can tell you there's no magic number of how many years you would need to be in there. And also, what kind of a teacher? Are you a guidance counselor? Are you a classroom teacher? Are you an instructional coach? They all make a difference. And I can also tell you from where I sit that the Department of Education doesn't really value classroom experience anyway, as been proven with a lot of the anti-teacher statutes in the past years, as well as the governor's pay plan for the teachers. Experience was rewarded by about $350, whereas brand new, with no experience, is almost $6,800. I feel teaching experience is a good indicator of what kind of teacher you're going to be, not a preview of what kind of superintendent you're going to be. And in this case, I feel strongly it's time to assess the candidates possibly unconventionally. Okay? Now, as president of SEA, my interest in finding a superintendent that's going to be the best for the teachers of SCPS. And in the last 4 years, I've spoken to many non-white teachers, and they have told me, which I'm sure you realize, that they feel they're treated differently by their peers, administrators, by parents. It's not coming out of hate. It's just simply coming out of cultural ignorance. And the divide increases each year. So, when considering a superintendent, let's get the classroom experience and weigh it against uniting the community. Seminole County is an A district, 94% graduation rate. The teaching part is working. We have some of the best teachers I've ever worked with in nearly 30 years, and even under the struggle, they're operating fully. That's going to continue. Unfortunately, the divide in our community grows. So, which candidate would be better able to unite the community? Now, Sarita Beeman is a Seminole County candidate. She is one of us. And how do you unite the community with somebody who may not have ever been here before? So board members, I can tell you the learning is going to continue. So how important do you think it is uniting the community?
Please wrap up, Mr. Smith. Thank you.
I don't know how you plan to resolve this. Everyone wants it behind us. But as long as you voted to take the extra week to look closer into it, I'm asking you to please give Ms. Beeman the consideration she deserves. Maybe take 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe start over. But please don't get stuck in the conventional standards one way or the other. Take whatever is to really deep into this, and I think you're going to see what an outstanding candidate Ms. Sarita Beeman is. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Robinson Wilson, and then Philip Capro and Barry Gaynor.
Maya Angelou said, "When you know better, do better." Good evening. My name is Dr. Victoria Robinson Wilson. I am not an educator, but I have served as SAC president for 5 years. I also serve on the Equity Advisory Committee created by Dr. Griffin. To each of our board members and Dr. Griffin, thank you so much for allowing the time for us to be here this evening. It is indeed a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to you in reference to Dr. Griffin's successor as superintendent. Although I'm not an educator, I've never been a principal, I've never been a superintendent, but I am a parent of 2 straight-A students, one at Midway Elementary School of the Arts, the other at Crooms Academy of Information and Technology. What I do hold are dual doctorate of law degrees. I think that means that I can read. And what I read in the qualifications, nowhere do I see that you are required to have classroom experience. Nowhere do I see that you're required to be a superintendent. Please allow me to state what may be the obvious. When we elected each of you to your positions as school board members, it was with the express and clear understanding that any decision you were endowed with making would be based upon what is in the best interest of each and every student in Seminole County. Your decisions shall not be based on political affiliations, cronyism, race, nor gender. Your decisions shall be based upon the qualifications of each applicant. If the decision you were to make was regarding which school you would have your child attend, would your child attend a school that is a C-rated school or an A-rated school? The average parent would prefer that their child attend an A-rated school, or in this instance, be a part of an A-rated district. I think we would all choose the latter. The qualifications that are outlined in the circular seeks a qualified superintendent. We, the parents, expect an individual that has, can, and will lead Seminole County schools in the continuing direction of greatness that Dr. Walt Griffin started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm not done.
Oh, okay. Okay, you don't have much time, just so you know.
It is acceptable business practice for any organization to select from within before going outside of the organization. When an organization has an individual that has extensive years within our community, within our school district, that has worked with each of you to ensure that our district grew and maintained its A rating, and has received the district's investment in the KSAs, better known as knowledge, skills, and abilities, in which that individual has proven to be successful, why would we not seek to allow that investment to yield a substantial return? And I'm finishing up. As I stated before, we elected each of you to do a job based on what's best for our children and our district. Ms. Beeman is the best to succeed our amazing and extraordinary Dr. Walt Griffin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Phil Capro.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening. It was daylight when I got here. Phil Capper, 1005 Antelope Trail, Winter Springs, Florida. School board members, I spoke to you a week ago, and when I did, I invited you all not to walk backwards. And that might not have been a popular thought then, but I looked at all of the social media since that day, and I really, really wish that you all would have listened to me then. So I'm hoping you'll listen to me now. I have 2 kids in the Seminole County Public School system. They would have been here tonight because they follow along with all of the political underlings in the county. But they couldn't be. They were playing tennis for Winter Springs High School. Go Bears. Mr. Gaffney, that was a plug for you. They couldn't be here tonight. But they do ask me questions. And so my question for you now is, what am I supposed to tell my kids? Now, what do you mean? You may be asking. Growing up, I would play games with my children. And they would say to me, Daddy, I made a mistake. Can I go back and change my move? No, you may not. You made a decision. You live with the decision. Now, when we play chess, I'll let them take the move to look to see what they could have done differently or why they made the move they made, but I won't let them change their move. And I started thinking about it, and I think that's what Dr. Calderon was really saying. There was no conversation. It's not necessarily an invitation to change your vote. It's an invitation to have the reasoning why you voted come out. Now, I've heard people say that a Juris Doctor is a doctorate. It's not. I have one. It's basically a bachelor's in the law. It's an entry degree. You get a master's in the law, and then you get a doctorate in the law if you so choose. I also understand that all of the credit for the school board can't be given to both Dr. Griffin and to Ms. Beeman. So if Ms. Beeman is the saving grace of the school board because of everything she's done, I'm sorry, Dr. Griffin, you must not have been a very strong leader. But you are a strong leader, and it was your leadership that got us to where we are, because you had a team. So I need to know what to tell my children about stepping back, and more importantly, I need to know what to tell my children about the issue that arises when people create issues out of nothing. I hear a lot of people talking in things like words like equity and leveling the playing field. And we all would agree that Ms. Beeman has been a wonderful advocate.
Please wrap up your comments.
I will finish
Thank you.
in 2 sentences.
Thank you.
She's been a wonderful advocate for equity and for diversity. And if she did such a good job in doing that for the 16 years she was with the school board, I really have to question why she left. She didn't get her way, she quit. That needs to weigh heavily with you all. And I understand somebody said that, people do that as a matter of course. Ned Julian didn't quit the day that Dr. Vogel left.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barry Gaynor, then H. Alexander Duncan, and Richard Miles.
First of all, having been in your seats in the past, I don't envy you tonight. No, we have an important decision to consider. I was very surprised at last week's decision to rescind the prior decision regarding the selection of our next superintendent, but I was also very pleased. As a former school member, during which time Sarita Beeman was first employed at SCPS, I learned what a bright, inquisitive person she was who probed into virtually every facet of school board administration and processes. Vast learner who has accumulated a vast depth of knowledge in her 16 years of service about not only our district but Florida schools in general, and she is eminently qualified. I've mentored many students inside and outside our district, and through those opportunities have found one thing to be true. Young people and others desperately need someone with whom they can relate in order to open their minds and dreams. I'm exceptionally pleased that Seminole County has adopted the Young Men of Excellence program. I think it's one of the best around because those young participants in the program have someone of their own heritage to serve as examples of what they too can become, and not just hear about those dreams from someone who they might not believe shares their own culture and past. Given all our nation and communities have been dealing with recently, it's vital that Seminole County Schools has a leader who will demonstrate to our community that our school district sincerely cares about being representative of our county service to all populations residing. In sum, I highly recommend the board select a candidate for the superintendent who first and foremost is eminently qualified and who also makes a statement to our community that the district seeks others to know the school board listens to and cares for all its students and their families. I strongly believe that Sarita Berman is that candidate. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Good evening.
Hey. I know everybody want to come in here and say this ain't about race.
Please introduce yourself.
H. Alexander Duncan.
Thank you.
This is about race, so I'm going to just keep it real. So we all know for historical and contemporary purposes what the right choice would be. Obviously, everybody who you guys interviewed is qualified. We always hear it's not about pigmentation, it's about qualification, but it's always the minority that ends up on the wrong side of that equation. You know, you got one person who says, you know, they agree with weapons on campus for safety. One of the candidates says they don't. But we come to the very building tonight that they will oversee education, and there's a big sign that says no weapons of any kind allowed on this campus. Just to point that out. And I would also like to point out, I'll just keep it real. I want her as a superintendent for no other reason than the representation as an African-American woman. Okay? Let me tell you why. The reason unitary schools and desegregation happened in 2006 is because now most historically black schools in Seminole County are no longer historically black schools. See, consequences happen with these decisions. I will not applaud you guys for having an A-rated district with a 94% overall graduation rate, which is not reflected in the people that look like me. You dig? So, making Black History Studies mandatory with all these congratulatory things going around for you, Dr. Griffin, I would have believed that should have happened decades ago. So when we talk about these things, I just come to keep it real. People want to see a change, right? The change is not reflected anywhere on this board. Not even a police in this building is black. So do you hear what your constituents are asking for? I hope so, because we all know that the vote was really rescinded because a few of you guys are facing re-election next year. So I just came to keep it real and to make sure everybody knows you're on the hot seat, at least with me. And I don't come to pat you guys on the back or to beg you guys for anything. I come to stand my ground and to call for what I want as a constituent. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Richard Miles, and then Velma Williams.
Good afternoon, school board members and Dr. Griffin. My name is Richard Miles. I reside at 2460 Monte Cristo Way here in Sanford, Florida. I'm a father, a husband, a son, and a brother in Seminole County. I'd like to thank each of you first for the decisions that you made years ago to serve this community. I'd also like to thank the SCPS family here for what you decided to do today and being attentive in helping our district take it to the next level by making a sound and reasonable decision. Undoubtedly, it takes the effort of all of us to equip our county's youngest men and women to help them reach their full God-given potential. The selection of a new superintendent who will set the tone, the strategy, the tempo, and the direction for our education system is a choice that should not be taken lightly, which is why I'm so happy to see everyone here today. However, what we do next has less impact on our community based on the decision that is made for who is superintendent, and actually more impact on will our village be a great place to raise a child. See, I believe that how we treat one another in times of difficulty is where our true character is revealed. It is under the pressure that we find out where our inner persona is and it comes out. It's in moments like this that all of our children are watching, waiting to see our true colors enacted by our behaviors and our actions, stamping forever imprints in the reference for our future relationships of neighbor to neighbor. Our community bond is foundation for our county's prosperity, and it hangs in the balance too. So I come to say that I am praying for you, that you are able to help our community focus its decision on, and the rigorous debate needed to make that decision on the qualifications and character of the aspiring district leaders, and not allow differences to harm the unity of our community. I grew up in Detroit, in Los Angeles, and I've seen what divisive words and motions can do. And I ask that you just work very hard to not allow anything to pull apart the people that are the beautiful mosaic of Seminole County. This is our opportunity to show our children passionate civil discourse that is peace-loving, considerate, and constructive. Today, I believe that we can demonstrate what true citizenship is in Seminole County. I thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Richard. Thelma Williams, Barbara Beasley, and then Rebecca Ritchie. Good evening.
Good evening, and I am real calm here tonight. So I would like to say good evening again. I stand before you to ask the question, you're not going to answer it, but are you committed or feel obligated to support and or enforce the equity and excellence policies that were submitted to the U.S. Department of Justice, which resulted in the school board receiving unitary status, which means that the federal government no longer has oversight. And if you are committed and feel obligated, I again remind you that you could have made an historical difference in this great moment and time in demonstrating equity and excellence and embracing diversity countywide. However, you all have missed a great opportunity. Let's just think about the here and now. Yes, we have an overly qualified applicant, Mrs. Beeman, who has worked in this system for more than 10 years in a system with 67,000 students, as opposed to 2,500 students. Plus, also, the system has been rated as one of the best school systems in the state of Florida, with an overall A rating, not a C or D rating. And as far as experience is concerned, no, she does not have teaching experience. And while I have the highest respect and regard for teachers, I've been there, done that. That's my profession. I've taught 4th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 5 years at Florida State, 5 years at A&M, 18 years at Seminole State. So I respect teachers. However, I concur with research that teaching experience is not among the top 3 or 4 qualities that an individual need to have in order to be an effective superintendent. Research states that 3 or 4 of the most important qualities are as follows: a vision. A vision. That person has to take your vision, beliefs, and implement them. The second one is leadership. The third one is communication. And they also focus on integrity. Nowhere in those studies, now I haven't read all the studies, of course, but nowhere in those studies did they mention teaching experience as being one of the top qualities. However, they did say that teaching experience is a plus.
Please wrap up, Dr. Williams.
And Mrs. Beeman, I'm speaking as a concerned citizen.
2 minutes left.
Okay. And Mrs. Beeman have all of those. And that is because the current superintendent supports Ms. Beeman, supported Ms. Beeman. And I'm going to try to move away from that. Supported Ms. Beeman. And he says that she was the best candidate because he has been grooming her for all these years. She was a part of his cabinet. Every week, he met with all of the directors. She was totally immersed in the operation of everything. When he talked about curriculum and concern, she was by his side. When she focused on teachers and administration, she was by his side. Personnel and human resources, by his side. Contracts, by his side. Facilities and buildings, by his side. Also, she traveled to, we got about 67 schools in the, I think, between 6 and 67 schools in the county. She's traveled to all of those schools with the superintendent. She's familiar with all of that. And the most important one is budget. It tells me that she's good. And she said every year that the teachers got a raise, she helped the superintendent move through that. And do you realize we are a $100 billion, is that right? $1 billion budget? $1 billion budget. So you know you need, I was going to say 100.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, so in closing, I will appeal to you, just take a moment and just think about equity and excellence and diversity, the policies. Just try to find it in your heart. Just to think about the fact that we have an overly qualified applicant, an overly qualified woman, an overly qualified individual of choice. Just ask yourself, can you find it in your heart? Is it to say to yourself, ask yourself, is it time for us to be objective, fair, progressive, and bold, to do the right thing, and give a minority, a qualified, overly qualified minority, a fair opportunity?
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
System, and I thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Beasley and Rebecca Ritchie. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Beasley. I'm a parent of a county registered school student, a 2020 graduate of Crooms Academy, and an administrator on a nearly 2,000 member parent and teacher Facebook group. We are a proud group that boasts members of all political affiliations and has many differing opinions on any given day, including today. One thing that we all agree on right now is that we're absolutely overwhelmed by what happened in the board meeting last week. The resounding question that we all have is what changed from the time that you made your decision to offer him employment to last week's meeting where you pulled the rug out from under him? What new information came to light that wasn't there when you voted confidently to hire him? I would also like to take a moment and a pause to remind everyone that both candidates have very impressive resumes and give every appearance of being outstanding people. To select one candidate over the other does not in any way diminish the caliber of the one not chosen. Like many, prior to last week, I had not taken the time to watch the interviews of the two very impressive individuals. I had assumed, as many in our county did, that the obvious choice was someone that was already here. I was wrong, and I own that. I watched the interviews over and over again this weekend. What stood out to me was that your initial vote was the correct one. When you look at that day, the day-to-day demands of the job, the most important responsibility that a superintendent has is people. They are asking for a superhero level and sometimes downright miracles from their staff in order to get the results needed. And every time you achieve one thing, there is no time spent before the next big thing is needed. Is it possible to lead that kind of position without the in-the-trenches experience? It's possible, but what is in those interviews does not support Ms. Beeman successfully translating her expansive and very impressive experience in the district to effectively lead as superintendent. The only perspective that she offered about children was as the parent of the children she has. There was no perspective of what it's like to have a class full of children with very diverse learning, socioeconomic, physical, etc. needs, and how to balance them so that learning can be imparted. Mr. Farnsworth talked extensively about how even moving into an administrative role, he stays involved in the day-to-day things so that he's in touch one-on-one with teachers, students, and parents. Ms. Beeman indicated that she opposes a parent's involvement in retention decisions. That's a hard and fast no for me. The group that I'm an admin for opposes excessive testing and the high stakes attached to it for a variety of reasons. She suggested adding the SAT test to 7th grade. Most students haven't even begun instruction on the materials tested on by the SAT at that point. An educator would know that. She was asked about collaboration, which both candidates would need to be successful in since both have gaps in experience that would need to be bridged by building a strong team listening, discussing, disagreeing, and compromising with them in making big decisions. She described having her employees gather research, present it to her, and then she makes the decision. Mr. Farnsworth believes that the people drive the success. He also brought up on multiple occasions his concern that the mental health and trauma that people have lived through in the past year is just as important as the delivery of academics. He believes that there should be no penalties, real or implied, for the learning losses during the pandemic. He recognizes the ability of technology, but not as a substitute for relationships. The teacher-student relationship is generally the next most influential as that of whatever parent figure is in a child's life. At the end of the day, though, the most defining example of leadership is how you react in a time of great conflict or trouble. Ms. Beeman resigned. I know now that there are other potentially mitigating factors to that, but the optics of it are that she quit and she left. I don't know if the gallery of people that just knew to show up and speak on her behalf last week, even though it wasn't an agenda item and no noticing was done, or whether it was a coordinated effort designed to raise her status and diminish his. For me, it diminished her status. Mr. Farnsworth, on the other hand, sat through that circus calmly and quietly. He would have been well within his right to walk out and turn his back, but he stayed the course. That is the truest test of leadership. A leader will make mistakes. A leader will have good days and bad days, but a leader stays the course. If they lack a strength or a skill set, they either work to earn it or they build a team that is robust with that skill. At this point, absent any new information that somehow disqualifies Mr. Farnsworth, if he's still willing to deal with us, I think that the position should be his.
Thank you, Ms. Beasley. Rebecca Ritchie, Warren, it looks like Cole, and Amy Volpe.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Ritchie, and I became a teacher in the early 70s. I came to Seminole County in 94, and I was hired by Mr. Ron Nathan in 98 at Goldsboro Elementary Magnet School, and I remained there till 2014, the end of the school year. I started a program because I saw the inequities called Nanas, Papas, and Friends, where we read with young children. Equity is a serious problem in our county. Excellence is amazing, but it does not help every single student. And I believe that that's what you want. In all my heart, this community wants that. We want to work together with you. And I think we have an opportunity if we would select this amazing Sarita Beeman that I just recently encountered because I'm a member of the Equity Advisory Committee, which sadly, we didn't even get to discuss this before the decision was made. I don't know exactly why, because we're your committee. But I do believe that this is the time for us to focus on changing the achievement gaps that are prevalent. If you look at white students and you look at the Black and Indigenous and people of color students, there's a disparity. Not in all cases, of course, but there are disparities, and we need to focus on that. And I do believe that Sarita Beeman, who said, let's even have an administrator that could focus on equity, would be the kind of creative person that could follow in the footsteps of this amazing superintendent and this amazing board. Let's do the right thing and make a decision to recognize that this is an issue and we can be better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
Board members, I'm not one of you, thank God. My name is Warren Call, I'm from Altamont Springs. It's a little hard to stand up here and speak after hearing so many eloquent speakers. However, I promise you, I will time limit myself, because at my age, first thing you look for in the building is where's the bathroom? So I guarantee I'll be time limited. I appreciate this board and the awesome decision you have to make. However, I believe my experience as a special ed teacher for over 20 years, practically all I ever taught special needs kids. I think that when you make a decision of magnitude like this, carefully weigh out everything. But once you've made the decision, the decision. Don't change. Did all your research. You vetted everybody, vetted the candidates, made a decision. Stick with it. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Amy Volp. Good evening.
Good evening. I have 3 children. 2 are former Seminole County Public Schools students. I do have concerns about a Seminole County Public Schools attorney as our new potential superintendent. One of my daughters has special needs. She was a Seminole County Public Schools student up until last year after a 5-year-long battle to get proper services and a proper IEP. That battle included state complaints, attorneys, advocates, IEP meetings, state facilitated IEP meetings, and the list goes on. It's hard to believe that any Seminole County Public Schools attorneys did not play a role in that some way. I feel that it's a conflict of interest for an attorney to take the role as a superintendent. How does one go from that job to prevent kids like mine from getting the proper education to now becoming an advocate for my kid? How does parents like me trust a superintendent now? How do we put our faith into making sure that the kids are getting our proper services? I have sat with many of you and cried and begged and pleaded to change your ESC department. I've campaigned with you. I've door knocked, held signs. And this started 7 years ago. And my kid is now in a charter school in Orange County. Nothing has changed in your ESC department. I would love nothing more than to put my kid back in Seminole County Public Schools. This is your chance to change it. Change it for all the kids, like my daughter. Don't you think it's time now to follow through on those campaign promises that you promised not only me, but to other parents like me? I want a superintendent who's going to listen to the parents, not ignore them, not brush their concerns off to other staff members. I want a leader. I want someone who's going to make those hard, necessary decisions and do its best for all students. I hear many people here talk about diversity. Are our special needs kids, those with disabilities, not included in that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have been listening to public input for the past hour and a half, and I would be inclined to take a 5-minute recess, but with so many people likely wanting to use the restroom, I'm going to work towards 7 to 10. Please be respectful of that. There are restrooms downstairs. Thank you. Can begin settling back into your seats, please. We're going to start momentarily. Thank you. Yes, if you please take your seats, we're going to resume our meeting. Thank you. Jeff Siskind, Lanice Joseph, and Sharon Swalina. I don't see Jeff in the room. So Lanice Joseph, please come up. Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Griffin. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. I stand before you as a concerned Seminole County resident, and I'm extremely disappointed with the results of rescinding votes in order to not allow Chad Farnsworth to be Seminole County Public Schools' next superintendent. After I reviewed his credentials, Mr. Farnsworth has the experience and credentials as an educator and high-ranking administrator to lead our county school system, and I was excited when he accepted the position. Now, I'm infuriated at the news of rescinded votes for a duly selected superintendent candidate who has accepted his position to lead SCPS. I implore you to please allow Chad Farnsworth to be our next district superintendent. He is the leader that Seminole County parents, educators, and students need. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jeff Siskind.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Siskind. I have 50 years between being a student and an employee of the system. I know I don't look that old, and I know most of you know me, but I don't know that I'm glad to be here. But anyway, I do want to share my thoughts. I'm going to modify my original thoughts to you. I'm going to talk as a counselor, probably more than anything. You got three options. You can either abide by your original decision, you can reverse your original decision, or you can redo your original decision. I want to talk about what I mean by redo. I didn't know either candidate, but I was very involved. I came to the interview. I gave comments at both previous board meetings. I wish all this input had come earlier before you made your final decisions. I am very invested in the system. I do want us to move forward. I don't want us just to have stability. I want us to move forward. That's what an A-rated district does. As I've already shared with you, I actually don't think this is so much about the candidates at this time. I think it's about you and the credibility of this school board and the school system. You know, basically we talk about what really matters are kids. If what really matters are kids, I wish we could reverse some decisions we make about teachers 2 weeks later, because that would really be helpful. But the average kid is not going to feel the result of what you do. I realize the system feels the result. But in the end, here's what I heard, and here's what I heard especially from you, Dr. Calderon, and I watched the interviews. Both candidates are excellent. Both candidates are very aligned with each other. And you are actually very effusive about that candidate. Now, obviously, some information came to you, something came to you that you had the thought to redo it. I guess for me, considering all the resulting casualties, you know, to me, if both candidates are really excellent, and maybe you picked the wrong one, but he was still excellent, but now you have concerns, you do have something that you authorized 5-0 to do. Negotiate a contract. It's like if Dr. Griffin came to you with an executive director. I don't think he'd do this, but if he said, I think I made a mistake, I think you're inclined to say, well, we've announced this, or we've announced this high school principal, let's monitor. Let's make sure in a superintendent contract that we really watch this very carefully. And we make that clear to our new superintendent. But that didn't happen. But I will tell you, I think that's still the priority of what should happen. Obviously, he knows you have concerns. Now, I'm going to be frank. I didn't know either applicant. I did look at their resumes. I kind of know what they've done. I watched the interviews. In all transparency, I was impressed more with Mr. Farnsworth. He would have been my choice as well. But I thought, you think they're both excellent? That was your comment. That's what you all said. But for that little difference, I probably would not change, because there's so much involved with credibility. There's so much involved with your students that you say are most important. Do you want them to think that life has do-overs? And the big thing I used to teach was, you are responsible for you.
Please wrap up, Dr. Siskin.
Others are taking responsibility. But the other thing I want to say, if you redo, let's be transparent. And re-advertise, or if the superintendent and his executive staff feel like want to hire Sarita, I wish that had happened in the beginning, and you could still do that again. But that is what I would encourage you.
Thank you. Before you speak, Ms. Swolenia, we have people upstairs. I'd like to invite them to come down as the speakers to follow you. So that'll be Shelley Varney, Nina Sandberg, Sarah Mursky, John Spolsky, Thomas Bugos, and Lisa Rodriguez, and Henry Sweet. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Now, I appreciate the opportunity to come and address you guys once again. I obviously show up every time there's a hot issue, and this is a hot issue. But I'll be honest with you, I don't understand why I'm here. I don't think I should be here. The community had multiple opportunities to voice their opinions, their concerns, and preferences before your initial vote was made to offer Mr. Farnsworth the position of Seminole County Public Schools next superintendent. Plus, you guys are the only people that had the unique position of evaluating all of the evidence, all of the applications, and all of the interviews, or you made your previous decision and cast your vote. No one else in this county, I believe, had as much information as you had. We were well educated, but not nearly to the point you were. I want to believe, and I truly want to believe, that the board's original decision for our next superintendent was based solely on merit, education, and experience. And I truly hope that race, politics, gender, nor religious beliefs were a part of that original decision. So I ask, why is it now? Okay, I know Mrs. Beeman has a long history of success in Seminole County Public Schools. She's been described to me as brilliant. But she is an attorney. She's not an educator. Yes, she's a leader in the field of law, not a leader in the field of education. All right. Additionally, I believe Mrs. Beeman left a very large blemish on her career when she resigned in frustration and disappointment. This action alone speaks a lot about personal character, integrity, and loyalty. I don't think that's what SCPS stands for. So this leads me to two new questions. Number one, will you as our school board continually reverse decisions based upon the unpopularity within our community after they've already had a chance to voice their opinion but chose not to? And then number two, will you as a school board continue to be willing to second guess a decision and potentially reverse it because an employee who applied for a promotion wasn't offered the job? So they decided, tough noogies, I'm out of here. Is that really the example we want to teach our children about their future decisions? Because it's not all about academics. It's also about our personal actions. By making the decision for our next superintendent without regard to race, politics, gender, nor beliefs was the correct decision. Merit, education, and experience should be and continue to be
the only considerations in determining who is best qualified for any position.
Ms. Felina, please wrap up.
Schools.
Thank you.
Okay, that was it.
Thank you very much.
So perfect timing. Yay. Y'all have a good night. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Shelley Varney, are you in the room? Nina Sandberg?
Sorry. Hard to do, but I'm going to do it. It's very hard. My child was treated very abusively in an SCPS school for months. Lockhart, Calderon, Almond, Sanchez, Griffin, and Beeman refused to stop it no matter how many times I begged them to stop it. I begged and begged. They refused to stop it. They let select employees perform a type of child abuse on my child for months. They knowingly, deliberately, and intentionally allowed it to escalate to child abuse being done to my child at school every day. This is an unethical, corrupt, preferential cronyism scandal party. You cannot hire your own attorney to be our superintendent. First, your own attorney has serious conflicts of interest with your students, parents, and employees that she can never overcome because she was your attorney. Second, this is the person who you used to cover up, suppress, deny, and defend all kinds of internal wrongdoing that occurs in SCPS. She was even used to cover up and deny things when employees performed various types of child abuse on children inside of SCPS schools. The game in that case is to pretend like nothing bad has been done to the child, deny it, cover it up, and retaliate against the child and/or parent for reporting the abuse in the first place. In fact, if a parent complains that his or her child is being mistreated inside of an SCPS school, you use your attorney to literally threaten the parent for filing such a complaint in the first place. And you allow your employees to use the child as their personal retaliation punching bag, too. It is unethical, corrupt, dirty politics on steroids. But Beeman's failure to stop the abuse of my child in an SCPS school and to not tell you to stop it, to tell you to do nothing about it instead of telling you to stop it, is a deal killer for me. If she can't handle child abuse properly, she cannot be an SCPS superintendent. Third, she is not even qualified to be a school system superintendent. She does not have an advanced degree in education and is not a former classroom teacher and school principal. Just because she hung out with the school board for 16 years, that does not make her an actual educator. She is a lawyer who has a law degree and passed the bar exam. These are not qualifications to become a public school superintendent. These are qualifications to become a judge or a politician. The parents need for you to hire an actual professional educator, and we need for you to hire someone who is independent and has no conflicts of interest due to legal cases and formal complaints filed against the district by students, parents, and employees. You cannot hire your personal buddy who is your lawyer to be our superintendent. You must hire an actual professional educator with the proper degrees, training, and experience in the field of education. You were supposed to be doing a nationwide search and are supposed to have a huge stack of applications by now. Why are the parents having your own attorney pushed on them as the next superintendent?
Please wrap up, Ms. Sandberg.
Rotting, stinking, dead fish. It smells like rotting, stinking, dead fish. I vote for Mr. Farnsworth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Mirsky? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and the board. My name is Sarah Mirsky. I'm a Seminole County resident, taxpayer, registered voter, Seminole State College student, and I'm a mom of 2 children in the Seminole County Public School system. If the board members move forward with this unprecedented rescinding of a lawful vote by the board to appoint a new superintendent for the Seminole County School District, then those members who supported this deliberate attack against a functioning and reputable school system must be held accountable. I, as well as many others, feel you have broken your corporate fiduciary responsibility that undermines the efficacy of the entire school system. Those on the board who rescinded their vote and supported a board-wide vote recension, you have created an environment with this request that questions your ability to act independently as a board member. And I request you do the right thing and render your resignation immediately. I am not challenging your original authority to vote. The processes and procedures were well laid out and executed by the chairwoman at the February 9th meeting. But Dr. Calderon's reasoning for the desire to rescind her vote was that she was not able to ignore Sunshine State laws that prohibit the very thing she said she wanted to do. I have lost faith in your ability to make a lawful and independent decision. Independently and as a board, you need to let your yes be yes and your no be no. If you are unable to make a decision and stick with it by the time a decision needs to be made, it is feckless and untrustworthy leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. John Spolsky, and then Thomas Bugos. Good evening.
Good evening. I'll try to be very brief because I know there's a lot of people still waiting to speak. I've listened to all the speakers tonight, and everybody had their valid points as far as for one side or the other. Problem is, you made a mistake. Backed off your vote. You made a mistake that should not have occurred. There was a speaker earlier tonight that talked about his CEO could run a hospital but didn't have to be a doctor. Well, I wouldn't want that CEO operating on me if I would ever have to go into surgery. And people that I've talked to, as far as in all walks of life, in order to get respect from somebody, you need to have walked in their shoes. You need to have been in the classrooms to deal with students on a one-on-one basis. I have nothing against the woman who was your attorney. I heard she did wonderful jobs in that position. And perhaps she'll return in that position, I don't know. Bottom line, Dr. Griffin, you've made a lot of sacrifices during your tenure. I want to ask you to make one more. That's to stay on one more year and let this board do another search. Because you've got a dumpster fire going here right now as far as what has occurred. And the only way that you can put it out is for you to volunteer to stay on one more year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Joe Bugos II. I live at 716 Pickfair Terrace, and I have spoken here many times before and in the past. And I come here again. I am appalled that I had to be here. I wasn't planning on speaking this evening, but I am ashamed at what our board has done. You have set us back decades. We have spent years building up our community, bringing in the divide, creating unity among all, regardless of what was happening. And your decisions now have brought it all back to light and has caused a rift in our county. What are we going to do? How are you going to fix this? You saw the speakers up here. You've seen the division that you've created from your choices. How? I speak to my students in my classroom all the time about unity, how I look out in the classroom and see diversity in my classroom. I look and see how we are all together coming forth. And now I hear this happening. And I don't care who you choose. I'm not here for either one of these candidates. I'm here as a public citizen. Even though I am a member of the school, I am an employee here. I'm here speaking as a public citizen, and I am appalled. This should not be how we are picking a superintendent to lead one of the greatest school districts in the nation. And yet, here we are. How could we get to this point? If you pick the candidate and you pick the wrong one, live with your choice. If you pick the right one, then we move forward. But what you've done now is created a division that's going to be very hard to overcome. And I really would like to understand how are you going to mend this division. And if I was either one of these candidates, I don't know why I would want to accept the position, because you have now tarnished their tenure. If they do take that position and they stand in front of this community, they are going to be standing here trying to mend a problem that you have created for them. And it's going to be a very difficult road for them to sow. So please, I'm not sure what you're going to do, but you better do something, because we do not need to lose this A school district that we've had for so long. So please, whatever you do tonight, make amends to your community, to this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Rodriguez, and then Henry Sweet.
Okay, I literally was not prepared to be here tonight. I just got out of my classroom. I came to this meeting. I thought it was tomorrow night. I'm watching this at my house on YouTube, and I was like, I got to go down there. This is crazy. Let me say that I kid you not. I was on YouTube watching it going, this is tonight? Are you kidding me? Let me say this. I don't have a doctorate. Heck, I don't have a master's. I got a bachelor's, and I got 25 years of experience with special ed and inner city. I adore Walt Griffin. I really wish he wouldn't leave. Let me just say, in the hunt for the new superintendent, I was concerned. I did email several, I emailed all of you, and 2 of you did, and I thank you for replying. In the hunt for the new superintendent, I was concerned that it would be next to impossible to find someone who encompasses the same values and qualities that are close to Superintendent Griffin, one who holds educators as well as students to a higher standard, while still being approachable and compassionate. I hoped each of you would look at experience. If we're comparing resumes, not race, if we're comparing resumes, experience, I would ask, why didn't you go to the candidate whose resume illustrates experience, equity in every facet? Dr. James Larson from Orange County, you went across, you went over him. I am a former colleague of his. I worked with him from our second year together. He is connected with his students in the inner city. He was able to reach students that other teachers could not. I've witnessed it. He had experience in the Minority Achievement Office for years. He has been an executive area director. He has been a teacher, a dean, an assistant principal in the inner city. Seminole County, compared to Orange County, inner city is Disney for some. I know because I've always taught inner city, and I choose it. And I choose the special ed of the inner city. And I will tell you that the best part about Lawson is, or Dr. Larson, because he also worked under Lawson, is that he and Dr. Superintendent Griffin, is that they're approachable, they care about their teachers, they care about the staff, and never lose sight of the fact that we all share a common goal, educating these kids. I'm a parent here, I moved here, I teach in Orange County, probably why I'm speaking in Seminole. James Larson knows that keeping his teachers in a safe and well-supported environment is what makes for a successful year. I can tell you he has been a principal, he has been my area executive area director, he's been my area superintendent. And I look forward to working for him when he does become a superintendent. As you continue your search, I hope you will choose wisely and recognize we need someone who has been in a classroom, in administration, who understands the budget, who's worked inner city, who understands special ed, and someone who will go back to the principals and say, okay, so what are you doing to fix that? I've seen him do it.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
I'll just say this, we need a resume with experience, not a race.
Thank you. Henry Sweet. Then Danielle Adams and Shelley Varney.
School Board, we've been blessed to be a part of our community forever. As a native born, and certainly participating within our community and within our government. Many of you may not know our history, but there are so many of us who've been a part of our journey to excellence. We all embrace the things that made us a model school district. That was a collaborative effort. It wasn't just bent on and dependent on educators. It was dependent on all people within our community, our collective family. A family that says that we all are important, that we all have a burden and something to do. In that regard, we have a young lady who's dared to dream the American dream. The dream that all of our families have. And she's made no excuses. Her credentials are impeccable. This speaks to what we are about. And as someone, and many of us said, this rests with you. This is about us. It is your commitment to excellence and equity that gain you unitary status, and it means that we continue on with those policies and the actions that we take. It's not a one-time thing. It's continual. The pledge that you made as elected and appointed officials speak to your understanding of what it takes for us to become a more equitable community. This is what this is about. It is 2021. If not now, when? A woman to serve in any capacity as a superintendent? Never. An African American? Never. The greatness of our district is dependent on all of us. All of us. We have something to contribute. It is exactly why we are where we are now. We appreciate all the concerns that we've had. We've heard them for generations. And look at where we are by acting on the things that we know are good for each and every one of our kids, because they are all our kids. Ms. Beeman is unquestionably qualified to take us and advance us as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Danielle Adams.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Adams. I live in Sanford, Florida. I want to talk a little bit about second chances. I am a graduate of Seminole High School. Hi, Mr. Graduate. I really had to say that. So when I was in high school, I graduated in 2011, I was taking the FCAT. And I failed the FCAT the first time, FCAT reading. And I was given a second chance. I was able to go to Florida State University and get my bachelor's in sociology because I was given a second chance. While being there, I worked 3 jobs and I failed a course. I was given a second chance. From Florida State University, I went on to the University of North Florida, where I received a master's in public administration. There, I was working a 50-hour job in casework and taking 4 graduate school courses. And I failed another course. And I was given a second chance. And that second chance led me back into my community, leading one of the largest organizations that lead Black and brown youth to vote at the polls. Not only am I someone who organized youth to the polls, but I'm also a body politics editor for the largest plus-size publication in the country. So what I'm saying to you is, Seminole County Public Schools has been very influential in my life, and they have also given me second chances. And I've heard a lot of conversations tonight about how second chances is not important. I hear that you all are being bullied for making your second chance. Don't let anyone, for giving a second chance, don't let anyone bully you tonight for making a second chance. Because it's young people like me who will benefit from your decision here tonight. And I think Sarita Beeman is the perfect choice. It seems like she's being bullied herself for doing something that Wilson Elementary taught me, which is to believe, achieve, and succeed. A lot tonight was talked about her education and how it's not important and to run a school. But I question if the people here on the board have as much qualification as Sarita Beeman. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Varney. Okay. Rhinetta McClinton.
Board members and all other respective positions. I came here tonight to listen. Just listen as a parent of 2 graduates from Seminole County Schools and one who is currently still here. And I couldn't keep quiet. I'm also an educator with 15 plus years. I do not teach in Seminole County, although I live here and my children attend here. I do teach in Orange County. But education and classroom experience is that. My concern tonight has become the process by which everything was done. It seems to be very blatant that some things were overlooked, because to me, qualification, it seems very clear that one candidate was highly qualified, although the other one was qualified as well. There's definitely a difference in being highly qualified and being just qualified. So just coming up here, and I didn't prepare a big long speech because like I said, I was preparing to sit and listen. However, I couldn't keep quiet because it is facts versus facts. And I implore you as you make your decisions, which I know will not be easy. But facts versus facts is all day. It's blatant, it's out there, it's nothing to be overlooked. So when you make this decision, please look at fact versus fact, period.
Thank you. Kelly Varney, one more time. Okay, thank you. Ms. Maramus, you have public input to read.
Madam Chair, I received 32 comments via email. Some are short and some are long. So as I set the timer, because this public comment has to adhere to the same 3-minute time limitation, I would ask for you to let me know if I gladly. All right. The first comment is from Nikki Washington from Sanford. Hello all, my name is Nikki Washington, the daughter of the deceased Betty Washington, who was the first African-American teacher in Seminole County and taught 36 years in the public school system, all in Sanford, Florida. My mother was a pioneer in education and staple of the Sanford community and was honored in numerous ways by the school board and her peers throughout her career. I said all of that to say that she understood and instilled in me the importance of education and community, as I am sure many that knew her could attest to. I think that as her daughter, it is my responsibility to carry on her legacy and fight for equal opportunity and her message of community. Although I am not a teacher, I have coached women's basketball at the college level for the past 20 years and am currently the associate head coach at Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach. I have known Sarita Beeman for over 30 years and have been in awe of her every day of those 30. I know what excellence looks like. It begins with watching a 12-year-old carry a briefcase to school because she aspired to be a lawyer and knew her path early in her childhood. Excellence is continued with working in Atlanta for one of the top law firms in the country and changing course to be able to come back and serve the community she grew up in. Excellence is continued with her service over the years to the Seminole County School Board and the students of Seminole County through her dedication and unrelenting work habits. I stand on the shoulders of Betty Washington as a pillar of Sanford, Florida, and I can attest that Sarita Beeman is hands down one of our finest members to ever serve this county. I'm regretful in not being able to say this before the appointment, but I would be remiss if I didn't do it now. Thank you for your time and platform. Sincerely, Nikki Washington. The next comment comes from John Coleman of Longwood. As a concerned citizen of Seminole County and former employee of Seminole County Public Schools, I am writing to voice my concerns regarding the selection of a new superintendent for our district. I watched the initial selection process by you on February 9th and was disappointed with the outcome. Disappointed because I believed that in order to keep the district going in the right direction, it was best to choose someone who was already a key part of a highly successful team and who could clearly add to our district's accomplishments. However, I am now astounded with the outcome after listening to the concerns of more knowledgeable consultants who voiced their concerns at the follow-up district meeting of February 23rd. The issues they raised about the performance of the district under Mr. Chad Farnsworth and its size when he was a superintendent seemed to not be taken into account by some board members. We also heard that the district of his most recent position ranked in the lower 50th percentile within the state. Additionally, the fact that background and/or referral calls were made on him and not on Ms. Sarita Beeman, of whom outstanding leadership members of SCPS were among those who provided references, begs the question of how and why this selection was made. Furthermore, the skill of operational leadership in the administration of education seemed to have been a central theme in some of the board members. There seems to be a belief that if one has not had hands-on experience in teaching or principalship of a school, then they are not qualified to lead the school district. In my brief research of current hiring trends for superintendents here in the United States, the search process says little or nothing about whether a candidate has been a teacher, a principal, or even having led another school district. The primary questions for a candidate center around leadership, performance, equity, culture, community, and forward thinking. I will add that one candidate has proven to embody all of those qualities, and one more important asset, she has the knowledge of being at the table and has vastly contributed to the leadership of the district that is already highly ranked in the state. Finally, I implore you, please do not miss out on the opportunity to keep our district moving forward and upward. With the recent and upcoming loss of so many other leadership members in our district, take the right step to retain someone with empirical knowledge of our inner workings and cultural standards. Do the right thing and select Sarita Beeman as the next superintendent of SCPS. I personally think that by not doing so, we will live to regret any other selection at the peril of the performance of our district. Respectfully, John Coleman. The next comment comes from Kirk Hill of Oviedo. Silence is consent, so the Seminole County School Board didn't want to hire a black superintendent. There are no revelations here. We know the story. The saga will end when black people proactively move to end it. The system that decide how the Seminole County School operate is biased. In order to begin the process of equity and partiality, a fundamental change must be made. Otherwise, the ground will never be evened or leveled. The vote that was done to hire the superintendent is based on scars born from an era of enslavement. Folks often say that they hire the best person for the job. The reality is that generally, by the time you get a set of candidates to a final interview, all are qualified, and it's more a matter of fit. And often it's candidates who don't look like the interviewees who don't fit. Hello, systemic racism. We as a county must come to terms with our legacy and work to correct the wrongs. We need to dismantle institutionalized racism. We need to work together to ensure that the superintendent job is not predicated on race, creed, class, who you know, or political affiliation. This work can can and should start right away. By hiring Chad Farnsworth, the Seminole County School Board was upholding the legacy of Jim Crow. By hiring of Chad Farnsworth in the current climate is incomprehensible. There is a Black Lives Matter movement sweeping the country. The Seminole County School Board goes out and hires someone who is not qualified, which is simply unacceptable, and a move that reflects the good old girl and boy network in Seminole County and the state of Florida. The good old boy and girl network is precisely the reason there is such a disparity in employment opportunities for Black people. Racism in all its forms will hurt. It hurts and kills people. It hurts and kills communities. It hurts and kills dreams. It hurts and kills hopes for any person of color. Of course, there are folks who will say, who cares? When the news about the hiring of Chad Farnsworth was brought up, it hurt the people of color. What we don't have, we must create. We are going to get justice for this racist hire of an unqualified individual. Regards, Kirk Hill. The next comment comes from Felicia Thomas. I would like to start off by thanking Dr. Calderon for her fortitude placing this issue back before the citizens of Seminole, garnering further discussion and hopefully executing a more informed decision. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the equality of his actions and the integrity of his intent. Douglas MacArthur. I took a moment to review data, requirements, and other necessary qualifications before I drafted my opinion on this particular matter. I wish to express my thoughts in clear, concise manner that is rooted in facts. First, I wanted to ensure that I understood the definition of the position. Teacher.org defines the role of superintendent as follows. The superintendent of schools is the CEO, the chief executive officer of all schools in his or her district. The superintendent is responsible for achieving the vision of those who have been voted onto the school board. This can be accomplished through decisions about educational programs, staffing, physical facilities, and budget. Someone who is to become a superintendent will be highly familiar with educational policy, reform, and current trends. This person will have the ability to multitask while keeping the goals of the board and county in mind. This person should be budget conscious, but also know when repairs and upgrades are needed and necessary. A school superintendent must be a leader, supervisor, and manager. This person needs to be able to check qualifications and find the ideal candidate for upper level positions such as principals. A school superintendent is someone that has to make tough decisions on a daily basis. Second, in review of the minimum requirements for SCPS superintendent search in the online brochure, it stated the following: master's degree or equivalent from an accredited institution with a doctorate preferred, minimum of 10 years of executive, administrative, and supervisory experience in a school district with at least 25,000 students or in a comparatively sized government business organization. Background check as mandated by Florida Statutes 1012.315. The candidate initially selected by the board in the first vote on February 9th had the least number of years in executive, administrative, and supervisory experience in the smallest setting, impacting the least number of students. If I'm correct from the finalist pool, I would request clarity on what scoring mechanisms, discussion tools was utilized to rank these requirements. Last, the superintendent has to be a manager with the ability to continue the successful path Seminole is already on. I would go further to add a proven manager. Ms. Beeman has successfully proven her management abilities while currently working within the Seminole structure. Ms. Pennick stated that the equity is the driving force behind the selection of the next superintendent. Equity is about all students receiving the education they deserve. The right to a quality education crosses racial lines, socioeconomic status, and other social determinants of health. Ms. Beeman has spent over 16 years fighting for equity, which has benefited every child in the district. Ms. Beeman also understands that for a high-achieving district to continue, am I at time? Okay. Ms. Thomas, the entirety of your comments have been forwarded to the school board and will be submitted into the record. I apologize, I tried to read fast. Next comment comes from Stephen Ryan. To whom it may concern, I would like to take time to recognize the distinguished members of the Seminole County School Board for all their hard work and efforts, and especially thank Tina Calderon for her courage and leadership in allowing the voices of citizens of Seminole County to be heard in this matter. As a parent of a former Seminole County Public Schools student, I understand that there is a strong need for empathy and equity in education. I am writing this letter in support of Sarita Beeman for Superintendent of Seminole County Public Schools. Mrs. Beeman possesses the knowledge and the skill to interpret and render advice on laws and regulations regulations that pertain to our schools, students, parents, teachers, supervisors, school boards, and school districts. Sarita Beeman has participated on interdisciplinary teams to include aspects of constitutional law, municipal law, labor, and employment law. Such matters include ensuring school districts comply with law regarding education plans for disabled students and constitutional mandates against discrimination in education. As an education attorney, Ms. Beeman is uniquely qualified to serve in the capacity of school superintendent. Sincerely, Stephen Ryan. Next comment comes from Sarah Riley. And Sarah, I'm going to do my level best, but I've got about 4 pages here, so I'll start. I would like to thank Dr. Calderon for taking the leadership to rescind the vote and to allow for further conversation on the matter of selecting the new superintendent of schools. I am requesting that this letter be read on my behalf of myself and other concerned SCPS counselors. We would also like it filed for public record. I have been working in education for 19 years in various roles. I am also a parent of Seminole County Public Schools student. I am very concerned with the potential superintendent, Mr. Farnsworth, leading our district. The search committee voted 21 out of 21 for Ms. Beeman and only 13 out of 21 for Mr. Farnsworth. The only topic that has been raised against Ms. Beeman is the fact that she's never been a teacher in a K-12 classroom. If this was such a great issue of concern, how did she make it into the top two candidates out of 26 who applied? Only one of the 5 board members has education experience, and the community has elected them to the school board. The school board makes countless decisions for school districts, including voting for and choosing the new superintendent. And the county has said that they do not need to have teaching experience to do that. The qualifications of the job of superintendent never mentioned teaching experience as a requirement. While Ms. Beeman has not been a teacher in the K-12 classroom, she has been a teacher in numerous other aspects. While she has been a school board attorney, she has helped coach and teach the Seminole High School debate team. She has helped coach and teach the mock trial team. She has provided professional development to the principals and leaders of SCPS on a variety of K-12 educational topics. And she has been a presenter to Lyman High School school students enrolled in the Academy of Teaching, Learning, and Leading on the topics of education law that impact teachers, students, and curricula. She contributed to the SCPS strategic plan, the student progression plan, the student conduct and discipline code, and the 2021 reopening plan. These are all topics that a superintendent would need to have a working knowledge of. Ms. Beeman knows all aspects of education through her 16 years of experience in education law with SCPS. She has been a student, parent, community member, and district administrator within the Seminole County Public Schools. She has worked closely with the superintendent and executive directors of Seminole County. She currently has 2 children within Seminole County school system. I'm a parent of an SCPS student as well, and knowing that our superintendent has current children in our district is one of the reasons I trust and support Ms. Beeman. She knows that the decisions she makes are not only for our children, but for her children as well. Ms. Beeman is a member of the Association of Supervision and Curriculum Development. She has visited countless schools and classrooms throughout her 16 years with SCPS. She supports many programs, including SCPS Advanced Opportunities Program and the Gifted Identification Program. All of these things contribute to her experience in education. I would even say that she has more knowledge than most educators on educational topics. She has seen to it, She has seen it and been on the front lines working for 16 years. Ms. Beeman personifies excellence and equity. She has received a glowing recommendation letter from the former SCPS Superintendent of Excellence and Equity. SCPS is an A-rated district. Since 2010, SCPS has only had 1 B ranking, and all the other 9 years we have been an A-rated district. Okay, the next comments come from Sandy Robinson. Good evening, Chairman Allman, school board members, and Dr. Griffin. I'm Sandy Robinson, former parent, school board member 1990 through 2010, and current volunteer at Tools for Seminole Schools. As a school board member, I have been involved in selecting 3 superintendents and now have had the pleasure of serving on the search committee for selecting Dr. Griffin's successor. The search committee formed last fall was an excellent representation of our community. We met 3 times and followed the protocol set by you, the board. Our facilitators from the HR department and others were valuable in making sure the processes were followed and we were under the sunshine. Our primary responsibility was to vet the candidate resumes, check references, and then select the candidates to move forward for interviews. You, the board, then could accept or add to the list. The committee sent you the top 5 candidates from the applications submitted. You, as a board, chose to interview 2 of the 5 sent to you. No other names were added. Elected school board members make many difficult and hopefully well thought out and discussed decisions. The very most important decision you will ever make is selecting a new superintendent. SCPS has an excellent reputation as an A-rated district. It is well respected throughout the state and beyond. Families move here because of our schools and the opportunities they provide for all students. We are an economic driver for Seminole County, producing students ready for careers, college, and whatever pathways they choose. The next superintendent needs to be selected for their ability and leadership to continue this forward motion of equity and excellence. Your selection must not be made under pressure, emotion, or be politically motivated. Our students and staff deserve the best individual to lead this district forward and make the best decisions for all students, which is our legacy. Serving 9 times as chairman, I feel it is important in selecting a superintendent to have a unanimous vote. If you can't achieve that through discussion and consensus, then maybe you could consider starting the process over. An interim superintendent could be appointed and consideration of a national search could be entertained. The 2 candidates you interviewed should be included in this process. You all must be 100% sure that the person selected represents the caliber of past leadership and experience. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts, and I am trusting you will make the right decision this evening. Sincerely, Sandy Robinson. The next comment comes from Don Ballou. I'm a former public school teacher, the parent of 2 SCPS students, and a community organizer for gun violence prevention. All of these experiences inform my perspective on hiring the next superintendent of SCPS. In the process, I hope we all share the goals of maintaining overall excellence, keeping our schools safe, and operating with equity. With those goals in mind, I thank the board for rescinding the earlier vote. As a candidate, Mr. Farnsworth does not meet the high standards of SCPS in the goals area, and evidenced by a lackluster performance of Bradford County Schools during his tenure and his openness to arming staff and military or law enforcement experience. Context matters. SCPS is much larger, more complex, diverse, and higher performing district than Bradford. Also, our district is going through a significant transition this year with several top administrators retiring. We need a superintendent who knows the district inside and out and who is personally committed and professionally outstanding to meet our high standards of excellence, equity, and safety. As a former teacher, I agree that teaching experience and educational training are preferred if all else is equal. This is not the case with Mr. Farnsworth and Ms. Beeman as finalists. The search committee recommended Ms. Beeman 21 out of 21, but Mr. Farnsworth only 13 out of 21. Educators and community members highly recommend and respect Ms. Beeman as well. Her valued service and longtime commitment to our district would allow her to maintain our high standards and performance. If she is willing and has the board's support, Ms. Beeman is the best qualified finalist to lead SCPS with excellence, equity, and safety as a top priority. If the superintendent search must be reopened, I implore the board to keep the district context and the top priorities in mind as they evaluate future candidates. Thank you for this consideration. Next comment comes from Beverly Peralt from Oviedo. My name is Beverly Peralt, and I retired from SCPS. My husband and I are products of Seminole County Schools, and we're teachers and administrators in Seminole. I served as a principal of high economic, high performing, and high poverty, high performing schools. I was an executive director of elementary schools and supervised 17 principals. I understand the importance of excellence and equity for all students to help them achieve high educational standards and successfully graduate with global STEM and career-ready skills. SCPS needs a superintendent that can execute a succession plan that will ensure that the quality of instruction is the main priority supported by all departments in SCPS. As Seminole is the 12th largest district and the 60th largest in the nation, the new superintendent has to have the experience of leading a district in comparable size and success. Mr. Farnsworth does not possess this experience. In my experience as a principal and director, I had the honor of working closely with Sarita Beeman daily and observing her leadership skills. A superintendent has to be a great leader. I would like to address Ms. Beeman's ability as a leader. Great leadership is paramount in leading an organization successfully. In Ms. Beeman's plan for her first 100 days as superintendent, Listen, Learn, Lead, she stated that she will meet with stakeholders to listen and receive feedback. A great leader is a learner and leads by example. Ms. Beeman currently addresses legal issues as well as attending the superintendent's cabinet meeting to learn and has an understanding of all aspects of the school system and instruction. As an instructional leader, Ms. Beeman serves on numerous panels and coaches high school mock trial teams. A great leader is approachable and makes difficult decisions. As I work with schools and parents as a director, Ms. Beeman always had time to advise me regarding a wide variety of critical issues with competence and confidence. With several key administrators at the district and school levels retiring, Ms. Beeman is familiar with what is needed to implement SCPS strategic plan successfully and to ensure equity and excellence for all. Great leaders develop productive teams, efficient systems, and positive culture of trust, vision, and have personal integrity, dedication, fairness, and problem solving. Great leaders inspire the best in others. Ms. Beeman is a great leader who will be a great superintendent for Seminole County Public Schools. Next comment comes from Raquel Molina. Just wanted to share my concerns again. I am so disappointed and extremely ashamed of how Mr. Farnsworth was humiliated in front of everyone at the last board meeting. Absolutely no one should be humiliated that way, and I am so ashamed to say that this behavior is occurring more and more every day in Seminole County Public Schools. Our children should always be our #1 priority, and if they are not taken seriously, SCPS will continue to crumble before our own eyes. Please don't let this happen in our county. The same way my daughter Emily was treated in Lyman was exactly the same way that Mr. Farnsworth was treated in this last board meeting. Both were treated unfairly by SCPS, and it's just unacceptable by leadership. The most important job of our school district is to make sure students are learning and achieving at a high level, including our ESE students. But unfortunately, this is not happening in SCPS, so we need change. The change will be done by someone who is knowledgeable of the best practices for maximizing student achievement and is supportive of teachers in the district. Unfortunately, that is not occurring either. So we need Mr. Chad Farnsworth as our next superintendent. Board members, would you have liked to be treated the way Mr. Farnsworth was treated in that meeting, to be humiliated in front of everyone? Dr. Calderon, you gave your vote and then took it right back after the job was given to Mr. Farnsworth. You wouldn't have liked to be treated that way, right? I'm sure you won't, so I'm very disappointed at this time. Board members, please make it right for our kids, the teachers, and Mr. Farnsworth. Thank you for your time. From a mother who cares about others, Raquel.
So, Ms. Murray, let's do one more speaker, and then we have an in-person speaker. You can take a breath, and then you can continue, okay? So after this speaker, Matt Morgan, you'll come up.
Okay, I'm on a roll. Okay, the next speaker is Sarah Gussie. Good evening, Seminole County Public School Board. My name is Sarah Gussie, mother of 3 in your school system. It is with trepidation that I submit my comments. The issue before you is a charged issue evident by the press and social media activity it has generated. Weighing in seems to be akin to willingly walking into a landmine field. I recently followed a Facebook thread on this topic that suggested someone in the thread didn't even have the right to comment on a nuisance of it because of their skin color. Yes, this is what dialogue has become on this issue and why commenting is unnerving. Let me start by making it clear that my comments have no intention of arguing for or against one candidate or the other. I have little to no insight into the qualifications of the 2 candidates, nor do I have the experience or domain knowledge to suggest one or the other. Hiring is the job of the board to decide. With that said, let's not kid ourselves of how this whole thing came about. A vote was made. Members of the community voiced their concerns. A vote was rescinded. The Orlando Sentinel quoted Ms. Velma Williams, a member of the board's search committee, as saying, "You missed a great opportunity to make history for both women and people of color." To suggest that we are where we are right now is for any reason other than race gender is intellectually dishonest. Now, that isn't to say race gender disparity and associated policies aren't important or debatable. Affirmative action has been debated for decades. And my comments today will in no way attempt to rehash that debate. Trying so would be fruitless. Affirmative action policies are also the job of the school board to decide. As of now, however, SCPS does not have an affirmative action policy. As a matter of fact, per legal section of your website, Notice of Discrimination, Seminole County Public Schools, your policy is quite opposite. It reads, It is the policy of the School Board of Seminole County, Florida, that no employee, student, or applicant shall be excluded from participating in, be denied the benefit of, or be subject to discrimination and/or harassment under any educational program, activities, or in any employment condition, policies, or practices conducted by the district. The school board does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, etc., which are classes protected by the state and/or federal law in its programs and activities, including employment opportunities. So while Ms. Velma Williams and many in the community have specifically admitted that is a race-gender issue, and while they may even be correct, the reality is that SCPS specifically states that the discrimination of race and gender cannot be used in employment practices. It is a bit disheartening that Ms. Velma Williams has selected to sit on the search committee when her very philosophy on what is important for hiring is contrary to SCPS policy. You have already chosen to break your own policy by allowing discriminators such as race and gender to enter into the hiring practices. Don't do it a second time. If I were a capable, experienced former assistant superintendent who was discriminated against, I am more than sure I'd sue. But luckily, we know of a good, experienced SCPS lawyer.
Thank you. Matt Morgan? Good evening.
Longwood City Commissioner Matt Morgan. I'm here in the role of a father of a 7-year-old nonverbal autistic son that started his scholastic career here in Seminole County. Did not get the services that met his needs most. Started to see that that's a recurring nightmare to a lot of special needs families here in Seminole County. Seminole County Public Schools system, we have 20 to 25%, generally speaking, that are special needs. Of those, so many of these families are now sending their kids to charter schools in other counties to get the needs met for our special needs kids. So I keep hearing inclusion and diversity, but I never heard anyone talk about ESE. Last meeting, everyone got up here and spoke and made all these different points for each candidate. I didn't hear anybody talk about it. The closest way we got to it was Mr. Farnsworth talking about talking to the parents, listening to the parents, God forbid. From the other side of the argument, these are both two tremendous candidates, obviously. But with Ms. Beeman, she's coming from a background of making life on families like mine next to impossible to get the services for my child, because her job is to protect the school at all costs. Parents secondary. That is the role of an attorney, to protect the backside of the schools. I want a superintendent that's going to make sure that my kid's no longer in Orange County going to a charter school and able to come back. I'm an advocate for 32 special needs families here in our Seminole County Public School system, and I'm here to represent them. Hopefully you guys make the right decision. I'm picking Mr. Farnsworth because he will be taking care of our special needs community and our ESE kids specifically. That is diversity. That's also inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next comment comes from Rosemary Carnes. I am a retired teacher from Seminole County Public Schools. During my 37 years of teaching, I experienced many decisions made from many school boards. I have never experienced such an awful and disappointing decision. I am embarrassed to say I work for the district. I can't believe you voted for a person and then rescinded it. After watching the interviews of both candidates, Mr. Farnsworth was by far a superior candidate with more on-the-job experience. Seminole County needs to hire a superintendent based on qualifications and educational leadership experience. Therefore, the 3-2 vote would have been a decision that was best for the education of the students. Instead, I feel not to hire him now would be a great mistake to education in our county. Unfortunately, I feel you have already made a decision to hire Sarita Beeman, so I'm sure this letter is probably a waste of time. The next comment comes from Tiffany Dowling. I've been a Seminole County resident for 23 years and an SCPS parent for 16. I have 4 boys, 2 SCPS graduates, now at UCF and UF, 2 remaining in SCPS. Since day one, I have been involved in their education, been a dividend, involved in PTA and various school activities, and supporting our teachers and students in many ways possible. I am also a pediatric physical therapist working at UCP of Central Florida at a SCPS charter school. My husband is SCPS K-12 alumni. Although I did not grow up here, my heart and home are rooted here, and I have the utmost respect, pride, and love for Seminole County Public Schools. I could not imagine raising my kids anywhere else, and I have hopes of grandkids growing up here someday as well. I am thoroughly invested in the decision for our schools because of because of that, I would like to take this opportunity to voice my opinion on the superintendent choice and share my thoughts on what has ensued during the week. I support the choice of Mr. Chad Farnsworth for SCPS superintendent for the following reasons. He is an educator. Educators want other educators leading them. I believe this to be the most important qualification. A summary report regarding the survey sent to staff, family, and community indicated stakeholders wanted educators first, administrators second, and the ability to cater to all stakeholder groups. A quote from the committee chairperson, Amy Lockhart, says one of the highest priorities for them was that the new leader of the school district be someone who had experience in the classroom, experience as an educator. The person that leads our teachers and staff needs to know what it is like to be in the classroom, engaging with students, peers, and parents. Teaching is not just a book skill. An educator must learn with experience to adapt to students with various abilities and learning styles. An educator must work with parents and manage the interaction respectfully, thoroughly, and very carefully while keeping in mind the best intentions for the child simultaneously. That is not something taught in school, and it cannot be compared to just being a people person in general. It is a special skill set and only learned by being in the classroom. As a parent, I want to know our superintendent can relate to the teachers to properly advise them, engage with and understand parents, and have a true, thorough knowledge of what a child needs to learn to their fullest capabilities, no matter the need. Dr. Calderon stated that she never in her life met someone more student-focused and centered than Mr. Farnsworth. I believe that to be the case with Dr. Griffin, so I want that to continue with our students in schools. He has superintendent experience. It will be difficult for anyone to fill Dr. Griffin's shoes, but it would be nice for the transition to be as smooth as possible. Mr. Farnsworth has actual hands-on experience doing his job. His personal transition will be expanding those skills already learned to a larger county, learning the preferences and intricacies of SCPS, and forming bonds and relationships with all stakeholders. Thank you, Dr. Griffin. The next comment comes from Pamela Ferrante. Dear board members, as a teacher with over 30 years of service in Seminole County Public Schools, I have had the privilege to support students from a vast array of backgrounds over the years. I have always been a champion of helping my students recognize the importance of caring for others and developing respect for one another in and out of the classroom. I am writing to you today because I believe that at this juncture in our history as a district and as a nation, we must be proactive in promoting further growth around issues of equity. Our students deserve no less than the absolute opportunity to be treated with respect and dignity regardless of their race, gender, or identity. Having been an integral part in moving our district through the growth required to reach unitary status, I believe that Dr. Sarita Beeman is the most qualified to lead us through this growth. Dr. Beeman's particular skill set and deep understanding of the law has governed issues of equity, along with her years of work in supporting our district's initiatives, will allow her to provide our board with meaningful insight and support with the hard work still needed to create more equitable opportunities for all of our students. Thank you all for taking the time to consider input from the community and considering the best interest for all of our students. Sincerely, Pam Ferrante. The next comment comes from Mark Capro. I'm submitting this communication on behalf of myself in consideration regarding the selection of a new superintendent. I am a Seminole County resident with 3 children in the school system, and I am also a product of Seminole County Public Schools. As a physician whose parents were professional educators, I respect not only the value of education, but the level of mastery and skill it takes to be an effective leader in today's educational environment. I am deeply concerned regarding the controversy that has been raised regarding the superintendent position. The board has been very transparent with the process, and I personally have reviewed the publicly available application materials provided on the school district's website. I believe that the board has sought to seek the best qualified candidate from the pool of applicants. I would urge the board either to re-extend the offer to Mr. Farnsworth or bring the process back to the search stage, being mindful that the arbitrary decision the offer may raise the possibility of significant financial liability to the district. In either case, it is clear that Ms. Beeman is woefully unqualified for the position of superintendent. In addition to holding no formal training of any sort in education, curriculum, or educational leadership, Ms. Beeman's submitted references are limited in scope to the potential future subordinate or a district contracted entity with financial interest and her pastor. While Ms. Beeman is an accomplished attorney and has strong moral character, her assertion of qualification for this position on the basis of working alongside educational leaders is akin to having a hospital administrator with a business background seeking to perform brain surgery on the basis of working alongside qualified medical professionals. Should the decision be made to take the process back to the candidate search, I would strongly encourage the board to consider clarifying that the required advanced degrees should be in a related field and exclude the applicants without proper credentials from the candidate pool, regardless of their history of working within the district. Furthermore, if there are members of the community who feel that a candidate with a particular trait unrelated to job performance should be considered, those communities should seek out such individuals and encourage them to apply. Ultimately, the whole community, including the board, want the best qualified candidate to be selected on the basis of their ability to serve our school and our students, rather than on a physical trait that has no bearing on a candidate's ability to do the job. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mark Capro. The next comment is from Mark Gear. As I watch the drama regarding the hiring of a new superintendent unfold on local TV news, I am concerned about how the two candidates were determined as our best option. 30 years ago, Seminole County hired Paul Haggerty after a national search. Dr. Paul Haggerty came from an excellent school district where he had served as superintendent, in a state known for excellent public schools. He became a model for what Seminole County superintendent of schools should be, to the extent that a high school has been named for him. Now the choice you are presenting consists of a person who essentially served as personnel director in Lake County, not known as a bastion of academic excellence, and a lawyer whose only educational credentials are being a lawyer in the district. Questions come to mind. Was a national search conducted? If so, why not? Are you attempting to save a few dollars in salary and relocation at the expense of children? In this district, real estate values are increasing, so tax revenues should increase as well, providing the budget to find the right person. Are you afraid that someone from elsewhere in the country may have ideas and methods that confront your personal political biases? If so, you should resign. Since my understanding is that the current superintendent will stay on until the replacement is hired, I suggest you start the process over and retain a search firm to assist in conducting a national search. Seminole County should not be settling for less than the best for this critical position. We have too much to offer a candidate in terms of lifestyle and parent involvement support, and too much to lose. The next comment comes from Dr. Geraldine Wright. Dear Seminole County Public School Board members, I am a resident of Seminole County, and I've had the pleasure of working for Seminole County Public Schools as a teacher, assistant principal, and an executive director of elementary education. In addition, I'm a parent of 3 children who graduated from Seminole County Public Schools. I'm writing to express my opinion about the recent decision to hire a new superintendent for the district. I realize that this is not an easy task, and the final decision is only yours. I took the opportunity to review the eligibility requirements for the position and found that both candidates fit the criteria to a certain extent, but found that Ms. Beeman most definitely meets the leadership qualifications you listed in your advertisement for superintendent. They included the following: master's degree or equivalent from an accredited institution with a doctorate preferred, a minimum of 10 years executive, administrative, and supervisory experience in a school district with at least 25,000 students or a comparatively sized government business organization. The individual should demonstrate a commitment to ensure equity for all students, the ability to display sensitivity to the needs of our culturally diverse community, student, and workforce. In addition, you indicated in your advertisement that SCPS continues to be an A-rated and academically high-performing school district as designated by the Florida Department of Education. SCPS ranks number 1 overall on the 2019 FSA out of the 17 largest districts, and number 1 out of all Central Florida districts. If you have listed these qualities as requirements for the next superintendent in the school district that has worked exceptionally hard to achieve excellence and equity, then please adhere to the standards that have been set for the past 10 years. Your ultimate decision will affect the future of our school district. The choice is yours. Sincerely, Dr. Geraldine Wright. The next comment comes from Laura Geralaman. As an employee of the district, I have struggled with reaching out to all of you and giving my 2 cents for fear of losing my job and being labeled negatively by coworkers and peers. As a former County Council PTA president, I have encouraged many who have reached out to me in the last few days to do their research, contact all of you, and attend this evening's meeting if they are able. As a taxpayer, a parent of a current SCPS student, a former student of SCPS myself, and one who has intimate knowledge of the inner workings of the previous superintendent search. Yes, I was on the search committee that ultimately put forth Dr. Griffin and Scott Howitt as final candidates for consideration. I know how difficult this search truly is. This is not a task for the faint of heart, and I thank you all for your time and diligence in this process. I also know the pressure that you may be feeling from the community and from in-house. We felt it back in 11 and 12, and from watching the last school board meeting, I see it again loud and clear. Many that reached out to me have said that when they viewed the video of the meeting, it looked like a coup, as one side was represented and something shady is happening in our district. Those who reached out also said that the lack of quality candidates is troubling. I recall a former PTA leader saying, "We are the best school district in the state of Florida. Why are there not more top candidates?" This prompted me to go back through the list of applicants and read each and every one. After I jotted down who my picks would have been, I went through our search committee meeting summaries and compared my numbers. Of the 5 that were submitted for consideration, I had 4 of the 5 chosen on my list. When I saw the final 2, I was stunned. The other 3 candidates were impressive and their experience vast. I was confused as to why they weren't put through further scrutiny while trying to understand why the other 2 candidates were forwarded. I decided to dig deeper and ask questions of those who I know from the district for their opinions and input. The only issue with that was there was one candidate that I could not without the overwhelming fear of retribution. I know the comfort you may feel from hiring from within. They know the district. They are familiar with the procedures, etc. However, some of the teachers I have spoken with want someone at the helm who knows what it is like inside the classroom, has K-12 experience, has experienced what it's like in the trenches, someone who has grown through the system and has correlating experiences, someone who knows the struggles of a teacher intimately because they too have had the same struggles. Parents want someone with fresh ideas, yet will continue the good things we have at SCPS. The fresh ideas don't come from within. While Ms. Beeman has served our district well, she lacks the classroom experience and supervisory skills, school admin, director, etc., that are so important to that of a superintendent. She may know our district and our procedures. She does not know the intimate inner workings of a school and how it operates. Why? Because she's never been in the trenches. Mr. Farnsworth is a worthy candidate due to his experience and knows the school district from many levels. Those who I spoke to in Lake County were very complimentary and excited for him and this potential opportunity. Those I spoke with said he would be an amazing leader for our district and was sad to see him go if he is selected as our next superintendent. I hope you all carefully consider the thoughts and opinions of everyone that has contacted you and that you go into your meeting this evening with an open mind and a clear heart. This is not an easy decision and is most certainly one that cannot be made with emotion and bias. The next comment comes from Karen Nolan. My name is Karen Nolan, a 2015 retiree of Seminole County Public Schools. During my 35-plus years, I was honored to work under 4 different superintendents, all of whom helped form SCPS into a premier national school district, one with a vision for excellence and equity for all students and a status we will enjoy, and a status we still enjoy today. Over my career, I have served in various capacities that not only served students, but also gave me the opportunity to interact with hundreds of teachers who give the best of themselves each and every day to better the lives of others. Over the past several weeks, I have heard a disturbing statement that the next leader of SCPS must be a teacher. Let's not confuse credentials with qualifications. The truth of the matter is we are all teachers. We are all learners. I strongly support Sarita Beeman for Superintendent of Seminole County Public Schools, who will continue our tradition of innovation and excellence. I know you do not take your decisions lightly. You will bring the full measure of your courage in your vote. Thank you for your time and thank you for serving at the SCPS school community. Warmest regards, Karen Nolan. The next comment comes from Mario Zendelli. My name is Mario Zendelli, and I'm a resident parent as well as a business owner in Seminole County. I want to share my concerns regarding the position of Seminole County Superintendent, since the candidate picked for this position will directly determine whether our county continues to thrive or decline from our current excellent rating. I want to first congratulate the board's bold approach to reconsider the previously taken decision, as this can be controversial, but most definitely the right one. Our county has been consistently ranked one of the top school districts in our state, and that is due to the efforts of all of the great people that live, work, and care about the education of our children within the county, including Ms. Sarita Beeman. Ms. Beeman has been an integral part of creating various educational pathways for students in Seminole County. These educational pathways clear the path to high-demand, high-wage employment, which also helps the economic development in Seminole County. As a realtor, I know that I do not have to sell Seminole County to buyers. They already know that they want their kids to attend an A-rated school district. I really hope we can maintain that. Anything less will have an impact on our home values, attraction of future businesses, and tax dollars. It is important for Seminole to have a smooth transition to a new superintendent. Who better than someone from within who has all the credentials and with 16 years of experience? Ms. Beeman knows our school district well and would provide the stability necessary to make a smooth transition. The same skills that make her an excellent attorney, coupled with her experience and the knowledge of our school district, will make her an excellent superintendent for Seminole. Although I am not too familiar with Mr. Farnsworth's track record as a superintendent, I do know that he presides over a much smaller district. At the conclusion of his leadership, the district ranked 59 out of 67 school districts. What our county needs is someone from experience from within that will continue taking us in the right direction, and I believe Sarita Beeman is that person. Thank you, Mario Zendelli. The next comment comes from Allison Prida. I'm a parent of 3 children currently in Seminole County School District. I'm also a product of Seminole County Schools, a former educator, and from a family of educators. For the position of superintendent of our top-rated county, I believe while diversity is important, having a teaching background is the key requirement when making decisions in the best interest of our school, of our students and our teachers. After all, the students and the teachers are the elemental backbone of our educational system. A former educator has the closest perspective on an actual day in the classroom. No one can truly understand what it is like to be a teacher unless you have lived that experience. I strongly believe that our new superintendent should be an experienced teacher and/or school administrator, because no one else truly understands the ins and outs of everyday life as a teacher and a student in the classroom. The importance of committee recommendations should not be neglected. The Superintendent Search Committee Advisory Committee reviewed 26 applications and recommended the school board review 5 applicants. I strongly urge the board to interview the other 3 candidates. It is my understanding the board only interviewed 2 of those 5 applicants. If the board truly is not confident in their initial vote, then it is imperative that the board interview the other candidates that were presented by the committee. Seminole County has a very high standards as indicated by our current superintendent, Dr. Walt Griffin. It is the responsibility of the board to select a superintendent who has a teaching background, a school administration background, and above all else, a heart for children and the unique needs of our teachers and students face in our world today. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration and listening to the parents of Seminole County students. Allison Prida. The next comment comes from Rita Mena. Thank you for taking the time to read my statement. My name is Rita Mena. I am a parent, homeowner, and business owner in Seminole County. I am writing this statement in regard to the school board selecting Sarita Beeman as the new superintendent of Seminole County Public Schools. I am pleased the board is considering their vote for superintendent. Seminole County School Board has always been courageous about reversing decisions when necessary, even if it is controversial. Do not understand why the school board did not select the candidate, Ms. Sarita Beeman. She has been an integral part of Seminole County Schools for the past 16 years. She meets every eligibility requirement to be superintendent. In addition to being the school board attorney, Ms. Beeman is also in senior leadership and involved in all aspects of school district, from budgeting to building to instruction. I feel that it is very important for Seminole to have a smooth transition to new superintendent. Sarita is an excellent internal candidate who has all the credentials and experience. Ms. Beeman knows our school district very well and will provide the stability necessary to make smooth transition. The same skills that make her an excellent attorney, coupled with her experience in and knowledge of our school district, will make her an excellent superintendent for Seminole. Ms. Beeman was an integral part of creating the various educational pathways for students in Seminole County. She championed the inclusion of magnet programs, programs of emphasis, Sci-Hi, and many more. In doing so, she had to know the intricate details of every new program introduced that required a commitment from the board. As a homeowner, I feel we must ensure that our property values remain high and that people continue to move into Seminole County for our A-rated school district and high-performing schools. Truly feel that Sarita can keep us as an A-rated school district. Mr. Farnsworth served as a superintendent for 4 years in his past school district, Bradford County, was rated as a C district, ranked 59 out of 67. I do not believe that this is any way for us for Seminole County. Mr. Farnsworth was superintendent to 3,200 students, about the same size of one high school in Seminole. Seminole's enrollment is 67,000 students. There is a very large difference in the operation of a school district of 3,200 students and the school district of 67,000. The next speaker is Keisha Kroom. I do appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts regarding the selection of our next superintendent. After Dr. Griffin's retirement announcement, a survey went out to ask for the qualities we were seeking in his successor. My first choice was to select someone from within. I felt there were several individuals who have been in the district for years that could step right in to keep our district heading in the right direction. When you voted for Mr. Farnsworth, I was surprised but willing to have an open mind. After the vote, I decided to learn more about him, to do some research. I worked for 10 years as an administrator in a neighboring school district, department supporting school counseling, assessment, and research. I work with data daily. Data is crucial when it comes to accountability. The first thing I discovered is that Mr. Farnsworth does not meet the minimum requirements of the posted position. One of the requirements is a minimum of 10 years of executive, administrative, and supervisory experience in a school district with at least 25,000 students or a comparatively sized government business organization. Mr. Farnsworth simply does not meet that requirement. In the resume Mr. Farnsworth submitted, he mentioned the 44,000 students of Lake County, but declined to mention the total number of students in Bradford County. I believe that was intentional. I reviewed reports from Bradford County during Mr. Farnsworth's year as superintendent and Lake County in his current position. All of my discoveries came from the State of Florida Auditor General. Under Mr. Farnsworth's leadership as superintendent, the Bradford County audits resulted in the following findings. Non-compliance related to the reported FTE was found. Contrary to state law, the district did not prominently post on its website the required budget information for the fiscal year. Contrary to state law, the district did not offer part-time virtual instruction for kindergarten through 5th grade students. State law requires the district, because it's located in a sparsely populated county eligible for special funding pursuant to state law, to provide all students the option to participate in part-time and full-time instruction within the district's VIP. Several teachers did not meet state requirements governing certification, school board approval of out-of-field teacher assignments, or notification to parents regarding teachers' out-of-field status. The district has not established procedures to ensure a respective district and employee contributions for health insurance agreed with the board authorized amounts. District records supporting the monthly reconciliation of health insurance billing to districts and employees' contributions indicated the district contributions exceeded the board authorized amounts by a total of $446,730 of 205 instructional employees and a total of $339,832 for 153 non-instructional employees. As such, district contributions exceeded board authorized contributions by a total of $786,562, and the 358 employees' premiums were unpaid by that same amount. A recommendation was made by the district management should ensure that all bank accounts reconciliations are timely, completed, reviewed, and approved. This was a result of the accounts payable processing bank accounts balances exceeding by $810,250 and related general ledger cash balance of $1,913,228, and there was no documented reason for the differences. The next comments come from Kari Jones, sorry. My name is Kari Jones. I currently have a child attending school in SCPS. I myself attended Seminole County Public Schools from 5th to 12th grade. My parents moved me from another county, specifically because of the incredible SCPS reputation. And when my husband and I were looking for homes, we only looked in one school district, Seminole County. Superintendent is one of the most, if not the most, important positions we have. Would you give a teacher with no prior experience in teaching and leading an entire staff the position of being the principal of an A-rated school? and really think that they will succeed. I highly doubt it. I do not agree with the decision to rescind any votes for Mr. Farnsworth. And quite frankly, it's incredibly alarming and embarrassing that it even happened. You as a board had interviewed, time to look over the resumes, and knew these were the candidates for how long? I can find information on both candidates in less than an hour. In that time, I can tell you right off the bat who has the best qualifications and experience with this specific position. We need a superintendent who will be able to jump in and know what the job requires on day one. We do not need someone who will need their hand held or create extra committees that will do their job for them or base decisions off of their child's experience and not all children as a whole, as Ms. Beeman has suggested in her interview. Mr. Farnsworth has not only teaching experience, but experience in fulfilling the duties of superintendent and assisting with leading a school and county as an assistant principal and an assistant superintendent. How is anyone without that experience qualified enough? Ms. Beeman, she has no idea what it actually feels like to be an educator and who struggles or held a position within an actual school to adequately understand how that system works. If being a superintendent is her lifelong goal that she aspires to be one day, I would suggest she start as an educator or an administrator of a school for a period of time and work her way to superintendent. She simply cannot relate on the same level of former educator could. This sort of childish temper tantrum behavior is not acceptable. When we vote on a board member position, but then later decide to change our minds, we are allowed to rescind their votes for you all. No, I implore you to keep your original vote and not disgrace Seminole County Public Schools. Furthermore, what precedents are we setting by allowing this? That at any time our board can vote, and if people don't agree with it, they can single-handedly change the outcome. We are an A+ rated school district for a reason, and it's because of our ability to fill our open positions with candidates that have a thorough education and background of the position they will be holding. Lastly, I strongly believe that Mr. Farnsworth deserves a public apology for the way in which he has been treated. Regardless of this outcome, it is unacceptable and humiliating to treat anyone in this way and have to endure what he did at the last meeting. It is shameful. Keep Chad Farnsworth as the next Seminole County School Superintendent. Thank you, Kari Jones. The next comment comes from Elizabeth Ward. I am writing in regards to the most recent board meeting and the quick decision to redo the vote for our county's pick of superintendent. I believe it was an extreme distaste and at the detriment of our school system to have re-voted on the approval of our superintendent selection. When I moved to Seminole County back in 2017, one and only reason for moving was the county school system. I knew exactly where I wanted my two young sons to start their educational journey because of the reputation of our local school district. We have been pleased with the outcome and attribute it to the hardworking board, teachers, administrative staff, and superintendent. While we are sad to see Dr. Griffin go, I found myself hopeful for the future when we selected a candidate with a background in education and a foundation which is needed for the most important position. It is my belief that Mr. Farnsworth has done the legwork required to fill a role with as much arduous work as that of superintendent in our A-rated district. After the interview process, the initial vote, the board also seemed to feel that way. Why a vote to change the initial decision was allowed, I am still unclear. I do not believe this is common practice and put the integrity of our board and school district in question. Seminole County does not come by its A rating without the hard work of all those involved. I know that Ms. Beeman was disappointed not to have been selected for the position originally. I also know that her role as an attorney could not properly prepare her for the role of superintendent. We need someone who is ready to go on day one, especially as they take over this position during these unprecedented times. We need someone quick on their feet and ready to think outside the box to support educators who have been put under the tremendous amount of stress and discomfort in a year unlike any other. Ms. Beeman will not be able to relate to the people she would be entrusted to help in the same way that Mr. Farnsworth, a former educator himself, would. Please stand by your original vote and save our county from any further embarrassment. Mr. Farnsworth is owed an apology by the board in its entirety after he went through during the last meeting. I truly hope this matter will be handled quickly and with great care so that Seminole County can get back to being one of the state's best educational role models. Thank you, Elizabeth Ward. The next comment comes from Amanda Hutwelker. Dear Seminole County School Board members, I have been following your school board meetings for months, paying close attention to the search for a new superintendent. I have young children in public school, so your decision will affect my children and my family for years to come. The process has been perplexing and disjointed from the very beginning. You seem to have lacked confidence in your candidate pool, with several of you admitting to searching for additional candidates late in the process. But when you finally made the decision to appoint Chad Farnsworth, I was relieved. He clearly has the knowledge and experience to take on an important role. So as I watched last week's school board meeting, I was shocked and confused in your decision to rescind votes for Chad Farnsworth as superintendent. In watching the actual interviews for the final two candidates, it was easy to determine that Mr. Farnsworth is the obvious choice for our next superintendent. As a career educator, he understands the demands we place on our teachers. He has held leadership positions and comes highly recommended by his peers. He has experience in budgeting, HR, and in a previous superintendent role. During his interview, he was able to detail clear examples from past experiences to answer your questions because he has spent his career working through the system and gaining real-world experience along the way. This experience makes him qualified to run the district. Mr. Farnsworth mentioned many times that all decisions you make should be based on what's in the best interest of your students. Our community is looking for the school board for strong leadership and to be a fiduciary for the students. However, I am concerned that you have let politics and friendships cloud your judgment. Our children deserve better. So I urge you to take a deep breath, align your priorities back onto the best interest of our students, and cast your vote again for Chad Farnsworth. Chad has experience in the position, a background in education, and respect from the community. Your other candidate does not. Amanda Hutwalker. The next comment comes from Karen James. Thank you to the school board for their time and dedication to SCPS. We must not settle for just anyone for an important position such as superintendent. Please be sure to hire someone who has experience in the classroom and in school. Students and teachers can only be represented by someone who understands the classroom, who understands what the classroom is really like. As a longtime Seminole County student and parent, I ask the board to offer the position to someone with educational background, regardless of sex, race, or nationality. If this means a new search, that's fine. We must let emotions make we must let emotions make the decision. Thank you. The next comment comes from Teresa Knighton. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. I'm a parent of a Seminole County Public School high school student and a Seminole County resident and taxpayer. I watched Dr. Griffin's retirement announcement with mixed feelings. While I wish him the best and feel he truly deserves a break, I am sad and nervous about what this means to our excellent school system. He will be truly missed. As a parent and stakeholder of the education system, I've watched the hiring process and answered the survey about the important qualities of the next superintendent. I recognize that Dr. Griffin will be difficult to replace and hope that the community gives grace and understanding to his replacement, as we did for him when he became superintendent. The community evaluates more than 24 applicants and chose the 5 that they believed were the strongest candidates. The school board narrowed down to the 2 finalists to interview and used proper procedure to interview and vote on the candidates. 2 weeks later, the school board decided to rescind that vote. To the school board members, specifically Dr. Calderon, I say this: if you didn't think you had a candidate that fits the needs of our county, you should have postponed the initial vote and tried to bring in more candidates. If you had doubts at the time, that was the time to voice them, not 2 weeks later. Unlike a presidential election where you have to choose on or by a certain date, whether you like the candidate or not, this is an appointed position that should not be put to a vote of the board until they are satisfied that they've done their due diligence. So either you did your homework or you didn't. Nobody objected to the motion to vote the first time around. Robert's rules requires that discussion be allowed and offered up prior to a vote. This is the problem. Had new information come up that might change the outcome, that would be grounds for rescinding the vote. At this point, it appears that at least one board member was compromised by special interest groups. I got a lot of pressure, and now I'm afraid I won't be reelected, so I want to change my vote, is what this looks like. And that does cause concern that the school board can be swayed to change their votes by lobbyists, which makes you ineffective as a board. I find it incredible that several people who were in favor of other candidates were prepared to speak and likely knew what was going to happen on an item that was not on the agenda. Tonight, you have a very big choice to make. If Ms. Beeman and Mr. Farnsworth are still interested in the position, they deserve a fair discussion concerning their experience and how it applies to the position of superintendent of SCPS. If either of them decided to walk away, or if neither of them fits the requirements, please open the search again for a more qualified candidate. What makes a candidate qualified? First and foremost, the person who leads our school system should be an education professional. This person should have classroom and administration experience. Our next superintendent should know how to relate to students, teachers, and parents, as well as board members and the supporting community. I would like to see that person have a doctorate in education, but speaking as a professional with a PhD in my field, I recognize that experience outweighs degrees. I would love to see one of our rock star SCPS educators move up. What I really want to see is an innovative educational professional like Dr. Griffin, who can continue to show the rest of the state why SCPS is such a stellar school system. The next comment comes from Cade Resnick. Optics are extremely important when it comes to politics and community scenarios. The optics of the current situation here are extreme. At the time that the school board chose the criteria for selecting the next superintendent, I was curious as to why it did not focus on the important aspects of experience. Throughout the committee process, I spoke with people on the committee and shared with them that experience matters, as I and other educators I know, work with, and am involved in all said, we need someone with teaching experience who can lead us forward. Throughout the same process, I spoke with community members, and each and every one of them agree that the role of the superintendent here in Seminole County needs to be someone who is an innovator and yet understands each facet of the school system. When the finalists came to be, the issue at hand immediately became, where is the experience of the other candidate? When I asked of the board what it was teachers shared with them, those that I spoke with stated openly they wanted an experienced educator to be their leader. In fact, the teachers addressed experience, innovation, and a new start, as many feel that all they are collectors of data. When I spoke with parents and community leaders, they all shared with me that after many a conversation, they realized that being in a classroom is unique because every single child is unique, and so the role of an educator needs to have leaders who understand that day-to-day struggle. I am writing today to make a bold request. Some people in the community are asking you to hire someone to keep the status quo. They like Seminole schools how they are. Some people want you to make the choice of a diversity hire, regardless of the experience. Please do not do this. If it is diversity we need to have, then start over. I, for one, can tell you that we need change. We need someone who is going to come in and rework many of our systems. This person needs to be an innovator and willing to look at what is going on now, make the changes necessary, and move the cheese. We have a very weak ESE department, which is why many parents fight, leave, and create lawsuits. We have a very weak gifted program. Let's figure out how to make this better so that our gifted students truly excel. This is just one area of change. There are many others. We need a leader who will create teacher committees to rework systems and not just maintain homogeneous schools. We have a need to overhaul the mindset of our students so that they choose different paths, yet we won't if we maintain the status quo. We have left the cheese static for so long, and this opportunity to hire the right person needs to be taken seriously. If the choice to hire sits at a 3-2 vote, then start over. Go back to the drawing and find the perfect candidate. If the choice is sitting in front of you all, 5 of you do believe that we have an innovator and community builder with experience and move ahead. You are not choosing the superintendent of the school board. You are choosing the leader of the education of our students, teachers, and staff of the future. Thank you kindly for listening, Cade Resnick. The next speaker is Jamie Parkhill. I'm the parent of 2 SCPS students. I really feel we need to hire a superintendent who has classroom and educational leadership experience, is currently a fully credentialed in the field, and is open to the community. It's important his leadership has been in a county similar in size to ours. We are a top-performing district in the state of Florida and want to stay and have a leader that will help us keep our great standing. The next commenter is Teresa Knighton. Why do I feel like I read that one? Okay, printed that one twice. The next commenter and last commenter that I have is Katie Green. Below are the public comments I wish to be addressed at the 3/1/21 school board meeting for the selection of the next superintendent. I am writing because I am the mother of 2 children who are part of the SCPS family. I admittedly do not know the entire backstory of the superintendent saga, but I do know about fairness and the current political climate. It is astounding to know that the board selected a candidate only to overturn that decision weeks later. The news reported that you missed a great opportunity to make history for both women and people of color, said Velma Williams, a former Sanford City Commissioner and retired teacher who served on the board's superintendent search committee. I am hard-pressed to believe that this decision to re-vote the superintendent is for the benefit of the school system and children rather than to appease a political group. I would ask that you please answer the following questions during the board meeting. What facts have changed since the original vote? Was one of the applicants dishonest? Is there an allegation of misconduct? Please be specific, as the facts do matter and we have the right to know why you want a revote. How can parents trust your votes if you turn around and revote a crucial issue on a whim? What kind of example are we setting for our children? By having this revote that was not originally on your agenda, you are sending a message that no matter how hard you work or how qualified you may be, you will ultimately be judged by your race and gender. Many of us parents will be sharing this story with our local and national news. I hope your final decision is based on qualifications and experience, not optics and political pressure.
Thank you. It's going on 2 hours for the last set of comments, so we are going to take a 5 to 7 minute break. We'll recess and we'll meet back here. And that should be it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So Member Moramis, you have, or Clerk Moramis, you have one more comment?
Thank you, Member Moramis. I love that. We had one more public comment that was accompanied by a speaker form that I missed in my inbox.
Okay.
But I want the folks watching to know that all the comments that I received that were not accompanied by a speaker form were forwarded to you for your consideration. So if someone out there is thinking I didn't read their comments, it's because it wasn't accompanied by a public comment form, but you all received all comments that I got. This one was my mistake, and so my apologies to Nancy Lloyd for missing you. I am a retired Seminole County and National Board Certified teacher. Seminole County Public Schools has always been a leader in innovation, results, caring, and compassion for its students, teachers, and curriculum. We have been blessed with strong leadership and will miss the level-headed guidance of Dr. Griffin. It is always prudent to be well-informed and reasoned when making a very important decision. It can also be confusing to second-guess one that has been thoroughly examined and considered. Your votes for a new superintendent, I assume, had been thoroughly considered and examined before being cast. If the board believes it is definitely bound to reconsider its decision, then it must also be necessary to interview all 5 candidates that were presented by the committee. Perhaps the same decision will be reached a second time after interviewing the 5 candidates that your committee selected. It is my understanding that the committee reviewed all applicants for the superintendent position and selected 5 candidates. In closing, as a teacher, parent, and grandparent in Seminole County Schools, I strongly urge you to select the strongest candidate with teaching experience, school administrator experience, and organization leadership experience. Thank you for your dedication to our county's future. Sincerely, Nancy Lloyd.
Thank you. Are there any other speaker forms out there? Okay, that concludes public input. Now we're on to new business, the selection of the next superintendent. We're here to discuss and select our next superintendent. At this time, I would like to provide a review of our agenda and the format that we will follow during our deliberations. We will open with individual board member comments, which will be conducted in roll call order. Vice Chair Pennock, Member Calderon, Member Sanchez, Member Kraus, and then myself. At the conclusion of individual board member comments, I will ask for any follow-up comments from board members. The format for the selection of the next superintendent will be as follows. I will open the floor for nominations and seconds for superintendent recommendations. Once all nominations and seconds are presented, I will close the floor for nominations. If only one candidate is nominated, I will ask for a verbal vote. If more than one candidate is nominated, I will open the floor for discussion. Once discussion has concluded, I will ask the school board clerk to conduct a roll call vote and announce the name of the nominee who received the majority vote. The candidate with the majority vote will be selected as the next superintendent pending contract negotiations. Any questions, board members? Okay, Vice Chair Pennock.
I would like to thank everyone again for coming out, providing their input, either via email, public comment, for Jill to read in, or personally read in. We do really appreciate all the input. We read it all. It helps us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to have additional dialogue about the selection of our new superintendent. I will say that we are in a very tough position. This is incredibly uncomfortable and awkward, having to take a deeper dive into hiring decisions while balancing transparency for the community and at the same time being respectful to individuals, their reputations, and integrity. But such is the case because we do operate under sunshine laws, and our decisions regarding hiring the next superintendent are done at the dais and not in a private boardroom. I have the utmost belief that once we have a superintendent in place, all staff, students, community members, and board members will rally behind them to ensure that we remain the A+ district that we are. Because that is who we are, that is the culture we want, and the culture we promote. When we started this process, we sent a survey to the community to provide us input, and that they did. The results of the survey were presented to us with 6,046 respondents, and 5,614 responded to the question, what skills and capabilities would you consider important for the new superintendent to have in driving top priorities? The results were reported that the respondents wanted an educator first, administrator second, and the ability to cater to all stakeholder groups, followed by student-centered decision-making, expand programs for academic and vocational pathways. I weighed the responses and did further review to determine what impact the educator first statement meant. And while our job description doesn't specifically say they have to have a teacher's background, our superintendent contract references statute 1001.50, superintendents employed under Article 9 of the state constitution. In this statute, the board sets the annual salary of the superintendent and provides a list of determining factors that could impact the salary paid. The last determining factor states the educational qualifications and professional experience of the candidate for the position of this district school superintendent. Additionally, when looking at the evaluation for the superintendent, our criteria demonstrates a deep understanding of quality instruction. To me, this indicated that there should be more weight on the educational professional experience of the candidate, so I compared the two candidate resumes and background as follows. Ms. Beeman obtained her Bachelor of Political Science in 1996, obtained her Juris Doctor in 2000, obtained her Florida Bar License in 2004, obtained her Florida Bar Board Certified Specialist in 2011, spent 2 years as an admission counselor at Stetson University, spent 4 years as an associate attorney at multiple law firms, and spent 16 years as the board attorney for SCPS. Mr. Farnsworth obtained the Bachelor of Telecommunications in 2002, obtained his Master's of Ed Leadership in 2008, obtained a Certified School Superintendent in 2013, obtained National Certified Investigator and Inspector in 2018, graduated from Leadership Florida in 2019, and has professional educator certifications in the following: school principal, all levels; educational leadership, all levels; middle grade integrated curriculum, grade 5 through 9; physical education, K-12; ESOL endorsement for all administrators. Spent 4 years as an ELA teacher, including district level teacher of the year. Spent 2 years as an assistant principal, spent 4 years as an elected superintendent, and spent 4 years as an assistant superintendent. Having heard from a teacher at Longwood Elementary during my research who said, "I need to have a leader that feels what I feel, knows the struggle of being in the classroom," and from another teacher at Lyman High School, "Trust and respect is not given with a position or title, it is earned by doing the work and the job." We talk about talking the talk and walking the walk, and I felt based on these facts, Mr. Farnsworth stood out. How can we continue to ask our teachers to do more and more and more when the leader of our organization has never walked in their shoes? I've worked with Ms. Beeman for 3 years now, and not once did she share that she had dreams of being superintendent, nor did I see the actions that would indicate she was reaching for this goal. Our policy manual for superintendent schools, L, says the person who will participate in such conferences and course of continuing professional education so that he or she may function more efficiently and effectively. I did not see these actions in her resume. I had hoped that she had taught a class at college, took a class on educational leadership, or at least an introduction to education class at UCF or Seminole State, or obtained any type of educational certification outside of the practice of law. I was saddened that this was not the case. By comparison, Mr. Farnsworth has significant experience in the field of education administration and has continued to advance his knowledge base. I believe that what makes SCPS a high-performing school district is the fact that we have someone with an educational background at the helm. My opinion is supported with this empirical data. Among the 17 largest districts in the state, the 5 districts with the highest graduation rate all have educators as superintendents. Additionally, of the 4 counties with the highest graduation rate, all 4 have superintendents with advanced degrees in education. Further, I have never had any doubts about my decision, but I want to be clear that the way the 2 candidates have responded to the initial appointment reinforced that I made the correct decision. On one hand, Ms. Beeman, 7 days after being notified that we accepted an alternative candidate, tendered her resignation. I had hoped that she would have realized the opportunity at hand and to stay and obtain the qualifications that are needed so that she could be our next superintendent. By comparison, Mr. Farnsworth was present at last week's board meeting and did not react one time to the vocal accusations and false information that was made against him and his reputation. He has not made a single public statement about the process, and he has exemplified the grace under fire that a superintendent so desperately needs. This leads me to my next point. When comparing the public speaking skills of both candidates, Mr. Farnsworth was the better interviewer. He provided data where she provided none. He provided answers where she left only questions. And at no time during her interview did she provide a glimpse into her leadership vision, but only management styles, which struck me as couched in legalese. By comparison, he caught the attention of the room in excitedly describing his leadership vision. Last week, a former staff member spoke and said she spoke on behalf of staff. Since then, I've had numerous staff members at various levels reach out to me. They shared that she did not speak on behalf of them and had a differing opinion on who would be the best superintendent. These conversations, along with others that I have had with staff outside of the ESC building, have given me more insight and concern. Many of these employees have shared their opinions privately, however, are not comfortable with providing public comment or support for opposing view in fear of retaliation to their job, and many have shared their fear of the same type of retribution and behavior that we are seeing towards Mr. Farnsworth on social media. I cannot believe that this is something that this concern has risen just out of this situation that we are going through, but must be an underlying issue that has not been addressed with current leadership. After doing further due diligence and speaking with individuals who had not submitted references, I have other specific instances that were formative to my selection, and I'm happy to share them with you, but know that my intention is not to tarnish or harm a reputation, which is not why I chose not to publicly speak to them. If you feel it is imperative, I'm happy to share. With the amount of turnover we are and have already experienced at our leadership levels, I feel we need a superintendent that has lived with the weight of the position. Legal counsel is hired to provide opinions and not decisions. There is a significant difference between having to identify the options as opposed to deciding which decision is best for the entire county. The superintendent needs to be able to do what we failed to do in this instance. We need them to be able to make a decision and live with the consequences of that decision without second guessing, even in the face of fear-mongering.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Calderon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I want to go back to the last meeting that you were probably all surprised with my motion to rescind because no one had any idea that I was going to bring it up. So I just want to be abundantly clear why I did so. And it's because not to change a vote, but to openly discuss it, that I truly feel that we as a board have always worked collaboratively in the past and worked together. We all have a heart for what's right for children and what's right for teachers and what's right for this district. We wouldn't be in these roles if we didn't care passionately. And I don't feel it's fair to anyone to come into this position with a 3-2 vote. I think we need to have that dialogue to make sure that we can all be together, at least in a supermajority, for our next superintendent, because that person needs to be successful for all of us. And in reflection on the 2 great candidates we had offered, we have to look back and say, Just because you vote for a vote for one person is not a vote against another. And I know Mrs. Almond and I have served on this board for a long time, and we've had to make some tough decisions in the past, whether it be rezoning, selecting a new superintendent, budget cuts, firing of staff, closing schools, going out for taxes. And we've had a healthy dialogue, and then we've all come together as a group in a united vote to focus on the future, to do what's right for kids. When we left that meeting, I felt that the district felt hurt by the vote, because so many, if you call around for anyone to talk about Mrs. Beeman, she is a phenomenal, phenomenal human being. She's a consummate professional. She's passionate about what she does. She's integrity above and beyond the call of duty. Work ethic is excellent. And during our last meeting, I actually outlined so many wonderful qualities that she possesses. And I think most importantly, the two educational leaders that we respect, Dr. Griffin and Dr. Cody, you know, when they gave that recommendation, we knew it came from them. But ultimately, it's we as the school board had to reflect on what we were looking for a superintendent. And it wasn't anything negative. We heard from great staff members tonight who love working with Mrs. Beeman. I love working with Mrs. Beeman, which is reflected in her annual evaluations that I give her each year. But at the end of the day, what I just wanted to walk through the process that I took when I was looking through my lens at the two candidates that we chose to interview is, you know, I did go back and looked at what we thought was important to hear from the community. And I too have to thank the community for coming out tonight, for coming out at our last meeting, for emailing us, calling us. I promise I read every email, listened to every voicemail, and that warms my heart that there's so many people that have such a vested interest in this school district, because it is Seminole County. This school district is a diamond, and we've been so blessed by having the best superintendent, which you heard over and over again, Dr. Griffin, tonight and through many of the emails, and I think that's what makes our decision even harder, because how can somebody come with all the attributes that Dr. Griffin has of being an educator and knowing Seminole County? I really feel that I spent the weekend re-looking at the interviews numerous times and re-looking over my notes and re-looking over our board meetings, that I had to go back to that survey that we sent out that Ms. Pennick, you brought up. I didn't know you'd bring up tonight, but when I looked at the stakeholder views and what they were looking for in the next superintendent is what I looked at. I looked at that lens. And I'm sure we all came into this process looking through a lens, but I just want to be transparent. That was my lens that I was coming in. And just because I had positive comments on Mr. Farnsworth doesn't mean that I think Seminole County Public Schools needs to change course. I'm very proud of every staff member that we have here, and I know they all work above and beyond the call of duty, and they care passionately for every student and every teacher and every administrator, and that's demonstrated in their excellent work every day. So I don't want people to think just because we're considering someone from outside of the district is saying that we want to change. If you listen to the interviews even, you would see that Mr. Farnsworth said that he would take his time to be able to listen and learn to make sure that he could push forward his passion of excellence and equity for all children. I know a lot of anecdotal information was said about his prior school district, which obviously doesn't raise to the level of our excellence, but just as we've said so many times that we can't hold a zip code against a student, I don't think we can really hold a zip code against where someone was a superintendent in the past. I did research some of the data during his term, and for those who don't know, and I've gone on record over a decade ago, there's a big difference between an elected superintendent and an appointed superintendent, and I wholeheartedly believe in appointed superintendents, not elected superintendents. That being said, if you've been a superintendent and gone through the state training and been in the state of Florida, it's a whole lot different than being a superintendent. I went on a national search this weekend, and there's a school district in New York with 250 students looking for a superintendent, and starting salary was over $200,000. So there's a big, broad range of what a superintendent looks like nationally versus what a superintendent looks like in the state of Florida, whether it's elected or appointed. But when we look at the 4 years of his graduation rate, absolutely, it's not to the level of Seminole County standards, but at least he increased it from 68% to 83.7%, which was above the state average that last year. And the other thing that it impacted me was his zero focus on the subgroups for equity and the discipline data, how much that increased over 4 years. I know we as a board for years have always talked about, are we doing it right? How do we keep the kids in school to keep them educated? We don't want to have suspensions. We don't want to have alternative sites. But if you look at that data, the out-of-school suspensions decreased 80%, in-school suspensions decreased 75%. And at the end of the day, we have two excellent candidates, which is what I said before, and it's not that we want to change anything, it's who do we feel meets the parameters that we set forth. And I know a lot of people said, well, one didn't have as many years experience in a larger school district, but there's something to be said if you've actually been in a role of being a superintendent, I feel, and being an educator. But then on the other hand, we have a phenomenal internal candidate who has gone above and beyond the call of duty in her job in an excellent way, and been proud to have her in this family. And I think that's why we're all having that angst of making this decision, because we are a family in Seminole County. But we have to be really open and honest with ourselves that we did a national search. If we really felt that we wanted somebody only internally, then perhaps we shouldn't have gone through this process. But we had an outside firm help us with that survey. We had committee members, and I know a lot of comments were made of how many people raised their hands of who came forward. Once they came forward to the board, it wasn't going back to that number game, as Mrs. Lockhart said this evening. Even through the first round, you know, different discussions were had, and Dr. Griffin is so well respected in this community. I think when Dr. Griffin speaks, everyone listens, and that was transparent. I think in that committee that they respected your opinion, and that's the lens that I looked at when I was interviewing the two candidates, and I re-listened to their interviews numerous times this weekend, and just would love to hear what everyone else has to say, because at the end of the day, I truly feel we all have to get together totally behind a candidate, because that's what's going to keep Seminole County great.
Thank you. Member Sanchez.
Well, some of the things that you both said I had in mind, but I'll read first and then discuss some things. First of all, I want to do some clarification with Mr. Farnsworth and the Guardian program, and my personal time that I spoke with him on my one-on-one interview with him. And as assistant superintendent of HR, school board members are the ones that vote for the Guardian program, or if they're going to go ahead and allow, teachers to have weapons or anything like that. It wouldn't be something that he would pick. He relayed that message just like Mrs. Beeman did, in the sense that absolutely no guns in the classrooms, no teachers, no non-instructional or guardian program would be used. Plus, on top of that, we already have a policy in place. We all already agreed, and it's our decision. No guns, no guardian program. We are blessed that we have what's called our fabulous Seminole County Sheriff's Department, who has been very gracious to give us half of the allocated money to make sure that we have our SROs in place in our schools. And that is huge. Lake County may not be able to get that. It's not as easy as as it is for us. That's what makes Seminole County what it is. The fact that we have not just us as a family, but the whole Seminole County as a family. Everybody knows everybody, and everybody's friends with everybody. Everybody can agree to disagree, but we're respectful of each other. Everybody that spoke tonight, especially, very respectful, wonderful speakers that really, spoke from their heart. Me, being an educator for the past, I taught for 26 years and then was elected to the school board in 2016, straight out of the classroom. I realized that the qualification was not on the form. However, I don't know, I do remember, and I don't know if I have COVID brain or what, but I do remember us discussing that we wanted an educator. I'm not sure what happened to that part, and I was looking for it, as many of you probably did the same thing by going back through all your notes and your board books and trying to find everything about different things that we wanted to talk about. So the whole thing with elected and appointed, yes, Bradford County is not like Seminole County. Lots of things of comparing apples to oranges. And when you look at the lower, and a lot of people don't even realize understanding what a grade is on a school grade, what an A is to a C. You could be a school that only has 50% passing FSA, which I don't even really want to talk about testing because I don't like it that much. I just want it for data and to see where our kids need to go. But to have our children, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. I feel like I've been up I'm sorry. School grades, thank you. Sorry. The school grades are not a true measure that a school has 90 to 100% passing the FSA. That's not how it works. They look at the students, there's so many formulas that they embed into this program. And you could be a school that has only 50% of students that pass FSA, but you could be an A school because you had maybe your lower quartile students have made some learning gains. And if they make learning gains along with the point system, this whole formula, and it's a large formula, then you can still be an A school district or an A school. So I know a lot of you probably know that, and a lot of you have done a lot of deep dives into this and looking over this, and I can't thank you all enough for being here and talking and sharing your opinions and being vocal, because that's what makes us the county that it is because we all have such vested interest in making sure that we are the best. And the fact that our cabinet is so wonderful, not one of them is going to let any appointed official, supervisor, not know the ropes and not know what's going on in the classrooms or know what's going on in making sure that everybody is well informed. And that's what I love about the cabinet. Now, I've never been to a cabinet meeting to see. I really think that we probably should, to see people in action. It's one thing that we don't do. But I have seen the numerous surveys that were out, and like I said, it contradicted what we had on the brochure. And that concerns me. And I have spoken to so many teachers, so many administrators, cabinet members, and a lot of people that were just petrified to speak up, afraid of repercussions, afraid that they were going to lose their jobs if they spoke up on one candidate or the other. And that's sad. It saddens me even now that we even have teachers out there right now that are so overwhelmed and so stressed out, having massive anxiety attacks. What more can we put on their plate? They're just over the top of everything. It's just one more thing. And we're going to lose more teachers. Our morale is low, and not just because of COVID, but because of the constant things that DOE keeps putting on us, as well as other things, or people having to advocate for the kids 24/7 to make sure they get the services that they need. I also want to say that on my, something very important to me, ed psychology, and the, early child, all the classes that we take in college really help us become a great educator, somebody that all of us educate each other. But when you're speaking to others and using I statements and open-ended questioning, all the things that we learned are extremely crucial and critical when you're going into a classroom. And a lot of teachers I have spoken to said, I don't know how, and administrators, how I'm going to work with someone that has none of those qualities that I have. That would be hard for them, especially since we've had an educator at the top for so long. They, whatever way it goes, and they will adapt and adjust and be flexible just like they've always been, because that's what makes Seminole County the way Seminole County is. We will adjust and adapt no matter what. Back to my notes, I know we're, a A-rated district, and we are not going to do anything we are going to do everything in our power to make sure we stay in A district, but hoping that FSA is put on the back burner for this year as well, but we still don't have any answers, not surprised. Sometimes having a fresh set of eyes, innovative, creative thinking out of the box is a key, a very important trait for everybody. And terminology that I have learned over the years and all the different programs and classes and classes and classes that we all constantly have to take. We have to be ESE endorsed, and we have to be reading endorsed, and we have to have, our ESOL endorsement. Those take years. It's not easy. And being a superintendent and then trying to take all these courses on top of it would be an awful lot to ask for anybody, but I know anybody can do it, but it's just a lot. Of course, our personal feelings and emotions need to be pulled out of this, and that's something that I did. And as hard as it may be, because I am an emotional person, I know that, but I have pulled all my emotions out of this, because when I ran for school board, and somebody said to me, why are you running for school board? And this was, back in 2016, I said, because I think it's important to have an educator on the board, somebody that's just been out of the classroom, a teacher, a certified teacher. And that's why I ran. To have my voice heard, but not just my voice, to listen to everybody else's voices too. And I have been calling nonstop. Thank goodness we don't have minutes anymore on our phones, because it has been something that's been very time-consuming, but extremely important. So, of course, none of us mind what we're doing. We're here because we want to make a difference, just like you do. All of us are all here. We can agree to disagree, but no matter what, we're all going to still be a family. We're not like any other school board, and we're never going to let anybody else make us different. We're always going to be one family. We love each other. And it's going to stay that way no matter what happens. Parents trust us with their children every day. And we need to make sure that when we choose our superintendent, that we put a lot of thought and time in this. I have done a lot of the same research that Dr. Caldron and Ms. Pennick has done, And so I don't feel the need to repeat a lot of the same things. I believe it takes a village to raise our children, not just one person. So yes, I realize the superintendent's role is extremely important. However, it's everybody together that helps make this. So those are my comments for right now. And one thing that I wish we had that we didn't have, and it's something we've done in the past, because I sat on the superintendent search committee with Dr. Griffin when he was picked. We had town hall meetings. Now, I know we couldn't have town hall meetings this time, but I really wanted to do some Zoom or WebExes where people could get to know the candidates and have that, you know, out there for transparency, as well as have those videos out there way in advance so everybody could have seen that rather than have to wait until the last hour to read or to watch those videos. So thank you again for all your time and just everything that you guys have put into this, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Member Krause?
Thank you. Before I address the board, I'd like to speak to the audience briefly. I acknowledge the turmoil that this change in course caused for our county, for our community. And I would just ask that you look at the leadership of Dr. Calderon in perhaps a different light instead of a political motivated cause. She indicated that there were enough concerns to recall the vote, have the discussion, make the absolute best decision that we can as a board. And for that, I commend you. I thank you for putting the brakes on for a minute and giving us this opportunity to be candid with each other. I have never served on a superintendent search committee like some of my other board members. I have served on community rezoning committees. I know that our parents, our families are passionate. It matters. This decision matters, and we all take that very seriously. I would also like to apologize to Mr. Farnsworth, his wife, his daughter, because I know this has been an upsetting time frame for him. And we as humans need to understand our relationships. So I do apologize that this is extended. Pardon me. Please know that my vote will not be political ever. It will be what is best for our district in keeping our students as the very top stakeholders. Every decision that I make, starting with safety, number one, safety with guns, safety with COVID, that will always matter the most to me. While the optics of all of this may seem to be influenced by race or gender, I can assure you that was not my motivation. I researched, made background calls. Most importantly, I relied on my maternal instincts, which I think have served me quite well through all of this. I did cast my vote for the superior candidate. The committee, in its work, voted 21 for Ms. Beeman. That speaks volumes. Our current superintendent, our former deputy superintendent, multiple cabinet, executive cabinet members have contacted me in support of Ms. Beeman. That speaks volume. Dr. Griffin has received perfect records, perfect readings since I've been on the school board, probably longer than that I'm not privy to. Do we not trust him now? Do we not? Perhaps we as a board made a mistake in going out for a candidate when we had our candidate here. Maybe we did make a mistake. So I'd like to call that question at some point. Because it's concerning to me because I didn't understand the whole process. I am concerned with answers that I received from Mr. Farnsworth. I asked him about I called our COO to find out if he could sit on this interview committee, what questions would you ask? And he gave me a list of questions. I asked about our fund balance, and Mr. Farnsworth suggested that we have an exorbitant amount of 11%. We know that our budget is going to be cut. That is impossible. And we also know, perhaps he didn't understand my question exactly, or his district is run differently, but we're lucky to have 4 to 5% as our reserve, and we aim to maintain that. We know budgets are going to be cut. We know that services then will be cut if budgets are cut, and none of us want that. I rewatched both interview recordings, and I still feel uncomfortable with his response to the Guardian program. I feel like he answered as if he were running for office of superintendent. I felt like it was a political answer, and my maternal instinct told me to put my red flags up that this is not, I don't want a political answer. I want you to tell me what you believe. And I don't felt like I got that to either the Guardian program or the fund balance. Ms. Beeman brought to the interview her plans for addressing disparity. We all know that our Black and brown students who are on free and reduced lunch are our lowest performing students. We know that. We accept that that's where we are right now. Ms. Beeman brought a plan into her interview to address disparity with the lowest performing students. She wants to establish a gap and equity department that will do just that. It will pinpoint down to the student to improve their data, to promote higher level classes where appropriate, and she figured out how to fund it for the first 2 years with ESSER funds. I was very impressed with that. She answered the question, I think it was yours, Dr. Calderon, the biggest challenge for next year, straight off the block, was mental illness. She is so concerned about our teachers who are overstretched, our students who are struggling, are longing to be together like we used to be able to be together. That is a high priority for Ms. Beeman. We understand as a district there are certainly gaps in achievement, and Ms. Beeman worked hard to identify those students in the district, those that were showing grades 3 or so on the FSA, that they would be automatically assigned to a higher level class for 4th or 10th grade as a result of that. And we even had some parents calling saying, why did you put my child in advanced math? They're regular math, they only got a 3. Because she saw that some of our students needed was someone to believe in them, that they could do better in a higher level class. And she worked with our staff to do that. I would argue with Ms. Pennick's rating of classroom experience as more significant than what is a good fit in our district. Just given that you've spent time in a classroom or on a field, I couldn't find Mr. Farnsworth teaching history. There was rumor that he was a coach or a PE teacher. I don't know that he was in an official classroom. I could not find that. And didn't think to ask him in his personal interview. But I believe the fit in the district matters equally to serving time in a classroom. And I know that Ms. Beeman fits well in our district. I know that she has built relationships, she has respect, and I believe she has the ability to lead our district. To Ms. Sanchez, I don't know what policy we have that prohibits the Guardian plan. I know when we spoke with Moms Demand Action, there was no policy. When I asked Mr. Farnsworth, I came in to watch the DVD interviews before they were available online because I wanted to make sure I heard it right. And in the interview, he was not adamantly, no, we wouldn't have the Guardian program here. In our one-on-ones, he said to me his mama was a teacher and he did not see his mom ever carrying a gun. So that would not be his first choice. His first choice would be with the relationship with the SROs. We don't know what our budget cuts are going to look like, and we know that's what Lake County did, whether he was part of that decision-making or not, as a result of their budgets. And it is paramount in my eyes that we maintain our good relationship with the SROs. Okay, and then in closing, I will just say, I believe that Ms. Beeman has the ability to lead our district. She will have the ability to close the gaps that we so desperately are trying to close to maintain our A district and maybe even soar higher. Ms. Beeman was my first choice. Ms. Beeman is the best choice, and Ms. Beeman will be my last choice. Thank you.
Thank you. So many people who took the time to share their opinion indicated that they believed you need to have a background in education in order to be effective as a superintendent. And I think it's a benefit for the superintendent if they have it, more so than for them to be an effective leader, because they may be well received for that, much more so than having to earn that trust or build that trust, that the superintendent has the knowledge of what goes on in a classroom. And it also made me think of the many hundreds, if not more, of teachers that we have that come into our district from other fields, from other business areas, and they go through alternative certification and they become outstanding teachers. Many of you probably also know that there are so many people that have a degree in a field and then they have a very successful career in another field with nothing to do with it whatsoever. With the exception of medical, I will say that, if you need a surgeon, they have to have that kind of background. The size of the district and the experience was a factor for me. This is a huge district, and the fact that it feels like a smaller district or it's run like a smaller district. The number one bit of input that I got from people I had conversations with was that it was important to keep our culture and be very sensitive to it, and to also maintain the flat organization where everyone is valued no matter what their role is in the district, whether it's in leadership, whether it's a parent, whether it's whatever employee in any role, they're all very much valued and important. I really like both of the candidates, and I feel like we had the benefit, sorry for my back, Dr. Griffin, but we had the benefit of having individual interviews with them, which were a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more comfortable because they were out of the public eye. I feel that Mr. Farnsworth very much had the benefit of having been a candidate to run for elected office and elected and held multiple positions. So he had much more interview experience than Ms. Beeman. So I think he really shone in that area. I think she was more guarded with what she said. In fact, I called her and asked, could I speak to her again the next day? And we met for about an hour and a half because there were things I knew that she brought to the table that she didn't express, or things she knew that she could have shared with the public that may have made them think differently about her. I trust, having been here 10 years and having known Ms. Beeman very well since she's been a cabinet member, I trust her implicitly with the guidance that she has given me over the years. Succession planning, especially with some key members of the leadership team leaving, I think it would be easier for someone from the inside, being Ms. Beeman, who knows the people within who may be applying for position and know their strengths and weaknesses from having worked with them. And I think the community is such an important part of what we do The fact that Ms. Beeman had the opportunity, like many of us, to go through Leadership Seminole and be immersed within our community and meet many of the leaders, I think that would be something that would help her to kick off if she were selected as superintendent. Aside from that, I have prepared notes, if you'll allow me to read them, please. First and foremost, to Mr. Farnsworth, I sincerely apologize to you for any grief our recent vote caused you or your family, and I say the same to the community. I'm sorry. My personal intent to rescind the vote was only meant to allow further discussion. While I may not always see eye to eye with my fellow school board members, I have the greatest respect for each of them, and I know that each of us makes decisions, both tough and easy, based on what each of us believes to be in the best interest of the students and district, and this is such an important vote. The fact that one school board member felt the need to have additional dialogue out of respect, that is the only reason I voted yes. When all is said and done, regardless of who is selected, I have every confidence in this board and our district leadership that we will wholeheartedly come together and support the prevailing candidate 110%. Whether you agree with each of our decisions to support one particular candidate over the other, thank you to each and every person who took the time to email, call, or have a conversation in person. Even when it was uncomfortable, it was very much appreciated. I appreciate your input and your honesty with your comments. There are 2 points I'd like to address. One of the questions that I asked each candidate when I interviewed them individually, if you're not selected, what will you do? Mr. Farnsworth indicated that he would be happy to remain in his current position in Lake County. Ms. Beeman indicated that once she had decided that she was going to apply for superintendent, if she were not selected, she would be looking for leadership roles in education elsewhere. Lastly, respectfully, many people have commented that those who selected one candidate over the other, that they did it because of race. I personally made my selection based on merit, qualifications, and depth of knowledge. I do not judge people by the color of their skin. I judge them by their character and their heart. We talk about equity and excellence being so very important in our school district. This is about opportunity and access to all the programs for all the students without exception. I grew up here and attended schools here in the 70s. I lived through the time when we had 2 school systems, one black and one white. There was no equity and quite limited opportunity for black students at that time. I am grateful for the robust programs and opportunities that all of our students have access to today. That concludes my comments. Board members, any follow-up comments? Member Calderon?
I did. I forgot to mention, since our last meeting, I was given information because I very much reviewed, the same as you, Ms. Pennick, as far as the credentials and educational background. And even though Ms. Beeman did not bring it up, it was brought up to me that she is in the Corwin Leadership by Design. So I guess that would go with what you found out by talking to her, is that that was her professional vision, was to get into a leadership role and leave the role of law. And then I also wanted to follow up with the guardian and arming teachers, because as you know, I'm very passionate about keeping our SROs and SRDs, and I think we're a national model, thanks to Captain Francis, of what we have here. And it was shared with me that we would not be arming teachers. The only reason they have guardian is because that's how Lake County is, and they don't have enough police officers to have it. So I just wanted to bring us back to the conversations of what the board directives are and what the next superintendent will do. And I think the 5 of us to our core, the only reason we're in our roles because we care so deeply about equity and excellence. And I have to say, when Mr. Farnsworth came in, he had no idea, right? He's not from Seminole County. But if you go back and you listen to his answers, he brought that up over and over again. And if you look at his subgroup datas and his discipline datas, and probably why he wasn't continued on as superintendent was because he did micromanage those subgroup populations and cares passionately for that. And when Member Kress, you brought up Sarita Beeman talking about the student mental health, and that's why I was going back over my notes. I wrote the same thing for Mr. Farnsworth, and I think that brings it back to my comments at our last board meeting that both candidates truly cared deeply about equity and excellence. They cared deeply about all children. And the difference would be is someone who's actually been a leader before. And we heard from a lot of speakers tonight about did you have X number of years and what size of a district? But if we look back at Mrs. Beeman's record as well, it's probably not 10 years of leadership experience. She's been our school board attorney for 5 years. And when we were through this process, I went to Mr. Russi and I said, are we okay with both of these candidates? Because I re-looked at our brochure, I re-looked at our qualifications, and he said they have both been cleared on our 3 bullet points. So, you know, I listened to staff in that and then did my research from there. I really feel that we as a board know our points of pride, right? We love saying that we're the #1 STEM district in the state of Florida. And yes, it was pointed out that the other districts at Mr. Farnsworth, they were not. But that's a directive and a vision from us. And, you know, just as Mr. Farnsworth didn't teach chemistry, Mrs. Beeman didn't teach chemistry here either. It's a team approach. And when the vision is set from this board of what matters to us, which is equity and excellence, it will happen. And we have the most phenomenal team to work collaboratively together. And at the end of the day, you're looking at an internal candidate and an external candidate. And you're looking at someone who has been a superintendent and someone who hasn't been a superintendent. But I feel passionately, which is why I brought it up at the last meeting, that as a board, I feel have to come together in a supermajority vote for whoever our next superintendent should be. We need to do what's right for this community, and I don't know if we're there yet.
Any other comments? Member
Yeah,
Sanchez?
on your, I don't know if we're there yet, Dr. Calderon. I have to agree with you on that part in the sense that I listened to both candidates and heard so many wonderful things about, with mental health, and that's a passion of mine as well as all of ours. And when I, discussed the fact that, what about counselors for counselors or counselors for our teachers? I see our teachers not having somebody to talk to, no support system that's in place that they really need. And I was told, well, they just can go to the computer and log in and they'll get their help. I'm like, no, nobody's going to want to do that. They need somebody physically to speak to, and they're not going to want to call at home if that's where they're having their problems from. And I think it's very important that we meet the needs of all of our teachers. And when Mr. Farnsworth was talking to me, and he was talking about his mental health plans, and Ms. Beeman also knows a lot about mental health, and with her sister being a guidance counselor and everything like that. I believe she's at Oviedo High School, correct? She's a passionate person about that as well. And mental health means a lot to all of us. And as of right now, everybody in this room is not stable in some way or the other, meaning that we're all going through ups and downs of our emotions. I'm not going to say what I said last time. Don't start. Nothing. But there's no stigma attached to getting help. That's all I wanted to say. But at the same time, the chats with Chad, and the fact that he's keeping up his certification, and he does what, I do, you deserve a break, take a mental health day. Well, that's something I do, but he does something different where he meets with the teachers, but also that's something that he is passionate about doing, but he also wants to go ahead and continually meet with teachers on a regular basis. I know that's not easy. You may say that, but we all have said things that we just have not finished doing ourselves as well. Thank you.
Any other comments, board members?
Did we skip member panic? Did you have further comments? Okay. I would just like to go back to June or July when Dr. Griffin was doing weekly WebEx meetings with us. And it was soon after the George Floyd incident happened. And we came into those meetings, and by the end, most of us could barely speak because we were so upset by this. When they say walk the talk, that's what they mean. They mean put someone into the position that looks like them. So little girls and little boys see themselves growing up. We heard this from Mr. Wiggins, young men of excellence that were so articulate and said, we need to see people that look like us in positions of power, in positions of authority, so that we can have hopes and dreams that one day we could do that. I'm just bringing you back to that because it really hit me hard.
Any further comments? Okay, I will now open the floor for nominations and seconds for superintendent.
I would like to nominate Chad Farnsworth.
Is there a second?
I'd like to second it.
Thank you. Is there another nomination?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Ms. Rita Beeman.
I will second.
Thank you.
Is there any additional discussion, board members?
I still am not comfortable with this. I really feel that we have to get behind one candidate. Mrs. Almond, your comments struck home to me of you being raised in this district, and I too, like you, looked at two human beings that were running for this. I didn't look at their sex, I didn't look at their race, I looked at their qualifications, I looked at their passion and their compassion. And when you look at the interviews, they truly came with two diverse skill sets. And I think we as a board have to decide, is it more important for someone who has actually been a superintendent, albeit in a district that we don't want to replicate, or is it someone who has not been a leader, but has been a team member? And I look at our executive council, Dr. Griffin's executive council, and who best will be able to bring them together. I really feel it's got to be not disruptive to this district, but I also feel it has to have the buy-in from our educators, because that's where the magic happens. And I think you heard that from one of my quotes in one of the other meetings, that we know that teachers are the reason why our children are afforded excellent educational opportunities here. So we have the tough question to ask ourselves: can Ms. Beeman work with the teachers? Can Mr. Farnsworth work with the teachers? You're really comparing two applicants that are apples and oranges, because Mrs. Beeman knows Seminole County Public Schools inside and out. So there's not that learning curve, whereas Mr. Farnsworth will have a huge learning curve within our district. But on the other hand, Mrs. Beeman has not been the leader, and Mr. Farnsworth has been a leader. So I think we have to go back to what is best to support our community, our teachers, and our district at this point in time. And I truly feel that if you asked anybody who's ever met Mrs. Beeman, I don't think there would ever be a harsh word to say. And that's something to be said. Whereas we heard from speakers tonight and others that unfortunately the other candidate is slated based on a district, not on his actions. And, you know, in the phone calls that I'm sure you all made too, we heard excellent commentaries about Mr. Farnsworth. And I think we, at this point in time in our district, have to decide, are we staying with the proven internal candidate? We know what her skill sets are. And do you feel the learning curve to become superintendent is more vast or more deep than that of Mr. Farnsworth? You know, I too felt that it showed a man of integrity to sit through that last school board meeting. And I would expect nothing less than him. He's an admirable man with excellent experience, with a passion for doing what's right for kids and teachers. You can go back and look at every answer that he answered. It was totally student-focused. It wasn't a process. It was immediately focused on what's right for children. And that's what caught me, whereas Mrs. Beeman was totally understanding of Seminole County, and that, to me, speaks volumes, because I think Seminole County has got it going on. We have got a phenomenal school district, and it's because of the people that we have in place. And so which one of those two quality leaders are going to be able to keep our quality people in place and steer the ship? But Mrs. Krause, you know, understanding the five of us will have to come up with those policy decisions. And as we've said, whether it be back this summer on those conference calls or in our meeting last week, that equity and excellence is at the core of all of our work that we do each and every day. And we have to keep coming back to that.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Vice Chair Pennick.
Chad Farnsworth.
Member Calderon.
Rita Beeman.
Member Sanchez.
Mr. Farnsworth.
Member Krause.
Ms. Beeman?
Chairman Allman.
Rita Beeman.
By a 3-2 vote, the School Board of Seminole County has elected Sarita Beeman as the next superintendent of schools.
Excuse me, the meeting is still going on. Board members, anything else?
Could I just ask the question real quick?
Yes.
Under new business? Are our teachers getting the vaccine, Dr. Griffin? I didn't get to hear this, but
50 and over.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.